Welcome everyone to Orange. We have Lancer and Glare facing off in a duel to see who comes out on top. That was a total war. He barely escapes with his life after that exchange. Tough start for the higher rated man. Lancer really holds the upper hand historically. With a 56% win rate against his opponent, it's surprising to see him falling behind so quickly. Given that track record, it seems Glare is playing with total confidence right now. Lancer digs in and wins a frantic exchange to keep himself in this. A huge momentum shift for the underdog to finally get back in this. Glare is absolutely dominating with a massive 4-1 lead. He's usually the more consistent one throughout the day. Glare is just relentless, pushing ahead to a 5-1 lead. Hard to believe he's the lower rated one of the two. He's simply too fast right now, racking up a third straight victory to pull far ahead. His recent form has been rough, making this run even more impressive. Lancer manages to trade those shots and secure another round to keep things interesting. He looks a bit more like that top 15 player now. Lancer has an overall record of 18-18 over the last day. He's finally finding some stability after a bit of a roller coaster start to the match. I wonder if he can keep this momentum rolling to bridge the gap. Absolute composure from Lancer, who shuts down that run to keep the pressure mounting. He is certainly starting to look like the favorite right now. A quick reaction there to halt the momentum before the switch. Coming into today, the rank 29 man has looked quite shaky. It is 8-4 in favor of Glare heading into the break. You know, the lower ranked player is defying the odds here. He's completely ignoring the gap in their ratings to keep this lead secure. Time to see if that lead holds. Glare's practically in the driver's seat at 9-4. He's really turning the tables on their historical head-to-head. Glare is just out of reach now at 10-4. The rating gap is completely non-existent right now. Lancer has a massive hill to climb, but he's refusing to let this match slip away entirely. Lancer just can't seem to string together any consecutive wins today. He's looking much more confident than his last outing against the number 15 man. A sharp reaction there as Glare secures a second straight point and puts himself on match point. The pressure is just too much for the top seed today. Lancer manages to secure a clean exchange to keep his hopes alive. He just needed one clean fight to breathe again. Unreal. Glare closes it out with a lightning fast shot to secure the victory. Just an absolute statement victory from the lower seed, taking a chunk out of those head-to-head numbers. Welcome to the Berserk League. We have Mist taking on Glare today on Mapas to see who comes out on top. Glare really owns the historical edge on this map with a 53% win rate. It's interesting because Mist typically holds the advantage in their head-to-head history. We'll see if he can lean into that overall experience to claw back some rounds. Absolutely wild. Both players were shredded in that exchange, but Glare barely keeps his head above water. Mist is definitely feeling the heat after a tough loss to Esther yesterday. Unreal. He hangs on by a thread to even things up at 2-all. Expect a battle given how tight their lifelong head-to-head history is. Mist secures a slim lead, now pushing ahead 3-2. The rating difference is starting to play a role here. Glare fires back, locking this series at a dead hit. His recent match against Lancer clearly gave him some confidence. Glare is starting to put some serious pressure on Mist, now putting a couple of rounds together. He's playing like a man on a mission right now. Just effortless. He's completely taking control of this match. Hard to believe the higher ranked player is this far behind. Mist manages to hold his ground and put a stop to that momentum. The higher seeds usually find a way to push back. Glare is really capitalizing on his momentum with an overall positive record today. It's a welcome shift since he's struggled with a low win rate across his last 10 matches. He'll want to maintain this pace to secure the lead. We are all squared up at 6-6 heading into the break. I mean, Mist is proving he can hold his own despite being the underdog today. Both players are trading blows perfectly so far. Fresh start for both of them. Mist just nudges ahead to claim a 7-6 lead. The rank 14 spot usually delivers this kind of consistency. And Glare claws it back to make it 7 apiece. Neither player is letting the other get an inch of breathing room. These two just can't find a consistent rhythm, trading rounds back and forth like this. A huge effort from him, seeing as he's fought through 26 matches already today. Mist is pulling away, now leading 9-7. He's playing the role of the favorite perfectly right now. Simply untouchable right now. He's completely taken over the server. That confidence is returning after a tough day against Aster. A grueling fight, but Glare digs deep to keep this series alive. We're seeing a real battle of wills between these two. Mist is really putting the squeeze on here, carving out a decent cushion for himself. He's really putting that rating gap to use in the clutch. A very quick reaction there, keeping the pressure up as he tries to bridge this gap. A completely clean shot to keep the momentum swinging, and he refuses to back down. He's starting to look like the favorite once again. That was a total shutdown, putting him just one step away from the victory. The pressure is mounting for the underdog to find an answer. What a finish. He wins the final exchange to close this out 13-10. He really fought his way back from a deficit to seal it. Glare put up a massive fight, but he just couldn't close out the final few rounds. What a fight. Welcome to the arena. Lancer and Mist are ready to go, with Mist stepping in as the slight favorite today. Lancer holds a clear advantage in the all-time head-to-head battle with over 800 wins against Mist. It's a fascinating contrast because Mist has been significantly more successful in their most recent encounters. I wonder if that historical edge will start to surface as this series goes on. Mist keeps the pressure on with a 2-1 lead. The higher rated man is starting to flex his strength here. Another rapid fire win for Mist, and he's looking completely untouchable right now. Entering this set as the favorite, his confidence is peaking. He just shuts him down from the boost, making it 4 straight. He's coming off a strong showing today with 26 wins already. He's just completely overwhelmed the opposition, securing his 5th consecutive round. The higher seeded player is simply in control here. Lancer finally finds his footing, breaking that losing run. He's showing some guts after that loss to Glare. Lancer is refusing to back down, putting together another strong play to chip away at that deficit. What a scrap! He barely manages to clutch out that finish after a grueling exchange. He seems to be in top form after that recent victory against Glare. Both players were trading heavy damage, but he manages to emerge victorious in a chaotic exchange. Unbelievable. He practically escapes death by a thread to drag himself back into this game. That's a huge shift in momentum for the underdog. Mist holds a narrow 7-5 lead going into the break. I mean, this is exactly the kind of nail-biter we expected. Both players are playing their roles perfectly, leaving this anyone's game as they switch sides. Let's see if Lancer can rally. Mist is currently boasting an impressive 80% win rate over his last 10 games. And honestly, he's translating their recent hot streak into a really commanding presence this match. It'll be interesting to see if Lancer can find a way to break this momentum. Mist is firmly in the driver's seat at 9-6. Lancer really needs to dig deep to close this gap. He's refusing to crack under the pressure and just secured his 2nd straight round. The momentum is shifting in favor of the underdog. He's simply on fire right now, taking full control of this series. This is a huge surge for the man coming from behind. Mist responds quickly with a precise shot, regaining the lead. Fighting spirit is still there for Lancer, who refuses to let this match slip away. The gap in the rankings is almost non-existent when the game gets this tight. What a battle. Both players were absolutely shredded in that fight, but Mist barely claws out the victory. A brutal encounter, but he comes out on top to put himself just 1 point from victory. Lancer just completely deletes him, keeping the dream alive for now. That was an incredibly fast exchange to shut down the lead. And that is it. Mist finishes him off with a perfect shot to close out the series. Lancer really fought back to keep things interesting, but he just couldn't find that final answer to stop the momentum. Hard-fought win. Welcome to Redline. We've got Lancer and Glare facing off today, with the favorite looking to secure a strong victory. Lancer generally holds the advantage in their head-to-head history. But Glare is currently on a bit of a roll after taking their last encounter by a wide margin. It will be interesting to see if the top-rated player can flip that momentum back in his favor. Glare is comfortably in the driver's seat at 2-1. He is proving to be a tough out today. Neither player is letting the other pull away. It's a total stalemate right now. He's certainly trying to bounce back from that blowout loss earlier today. Lancer claws back ahead with a tight 3-2 lead. The higher rated player is finally exerting some control. And just like that, Glare levels the playing field. Lancer is definitely feeling the pressure after that recent 13-6 defeat. Glare managed to time that perfectly, getting Lancer right as he was peeking over the ramp. He's really leaning into that underdog role today. Cleans up from the ramp and secures another victory, pushing his lead to 5. Lancer needs to shake this off and find some consistency. He manages to hold that ramp position and extends the lead to 6. He's really taking advantage of Lancer's slow start today. He just can't find a way back into this. That's 5 in a row for Glare. That's a tough look for the higher rated player right now. Lancer secures a quick kill from the ramp, finally putting an end to that run. Glare takes an 8-4 lead into the break. He is really shaking up the expected outcome here. The lower ranked player is outplaying his opponent and looks completely confident as he heads into the second half. Time for a clean slate. Lancer is really feeling the weight of that 18-19 record from the last 24 hours, and that lack of momentum is clearly translating into a struggle to get back in this game. Now it's on him to prove he can still dominate the rivalry despite the current score. Glare is absolutely dominating with a commanding 10-5 lead. Lancer's grip on the ramp is really starting to pay off as he puts the pressure back on Glare. He really looks to be recovering from that tough match against Mist. Unreal, he barely clings to life with just 4 HP to keep this streak alive. A total reversal from that dominant 13-6 result we saw previously. Glare shuts things down quickly, putting himself just 2 rounds away from victory. He is certainly fighting his way out of that lower seed today. That was an incredibly fast reaction. These two are just blinking and the round is over. He secures the edge in a frantic exchange, leaving Lancer with no room to breathe. Lancer is desperately searching for an answer to this onslaught. A precise shot from the ramp keeps the dream alive for Lancer. It's a huge relief for the higher rated side to get some breathing room. What a finishing touch. Glare secures the final kill to close out the series. He really shook off the rankings for that one, continuing a wild run across the board today. Welcome to Italy! We've got Mist and Glare facing off today, with Glare entering this match as the slight favorite. Mist holds a tiny edge in the all-time head-to-head with 488 total wins. That historical lead suggests this early round loss is just a temporary setback. It'll be interesting to see if the higher rated player can claw back into the lead. Absolute control from the favorite, picking up a third straight round. A fast response from Mist, finally putting a halt to that run. It's a tough spot for the favorite to be in early on. He's not letting this slip, securing another point to keep the pressure on. Glare is firmly in the driver's seat at 4-2. He's making the most of his limited activity today. Unbelievable, he hangs on by a thread to survive that absolute slugfest. Genuine nail-biter to get the pressure back on. Glare is really taking advantage of his 52% success rate on this specific layout, and it's giving him a huge amount of confidence right now. He's managed to put a real dent in Mist's lead for the day. Let's see if he can keep this pressure building. Glare just completely shut the door on that comeback attempt, taking his third strike. He's just completely untouchable right now, extending his lead to 8 before the players swap sides. Glare goes into the break with an 8-4 lead. I mean, this is exactly what we expected to see given how strongly he started. He's played a very clean half to keep Mist at bay. Time to see if Mist wakes up. Glare is simply dominating with a huge 9-4 cushion. The rank 13 seed is really struggling to keep up. Glare just keeps piling it on, now sitting at 10-4. Mist has a few more rounds to dig in and find some ground. This side of the bracket really is a toss-up. Glare is just on a different level today, leaving Mist with almost no room to breathe. Mist is fighting back with some really quick reactions, but he still has a steep mountain to climb here. He's just one more round away from closing this out. He's really proving why he entered this match as the front runner. Game over. A perfect final spray secures the match for Glare. He really held his ground today, taking a big chunk out of that lifetime head-to-head lead. Welcome everyone. Lancer and Mist are facing off on fast aim, with the favorite looking to keep their momentum going. Lancer leads the all-time rivalry with 811 wins over Mist, giving him a huge psychological cushion. However, the recent encounters have trended heavily in the opposite direction. It'll be interesting to see if those old head-to-head stats still hold any weight here. Mist puts a stop to that early lead, reacting quickly to catch Lancer while he was on the ramp. Lancer is cruising right now, holding a comfortable 3-1 lead. He's shaking off those losses from earlier today. Mist reads him perfectly and pulls that round back, keeping this series tight. He's definitely playing better than that 17 spot would suggest. And we've got a total deadlock at 3 apiece. His recent form has been far more consistent over these last 10 games. Lancer looks really sharp and he's utilizing that ramp for a better angle. His overall match record for the day has been a bit more shaky. Lancer reads the play perfectly here, picking Mist right off that ramp to extend the lead. Lancer secures another win from the ramp, taking a commanding 6-3 lead. Mist has generally held the upper hand in their recent clashes. Lancer is simply outclassing him right now, picking up another clean win to keep this streak alive. Lancer is simply taking over the game, extending his streak to 5 before the break. Lancer holds a 9-3 grip on the first half. I mean, this completely defies the map stats where Mist usually has the edge. He's just simply outplayed his opponent across the board so far. Mist needs a huge response here. Mist is putting up a lot of resistance with the 26-22 run. Over the last day, it shows he's entering this second half with a lot more confidence than Lancer. He's clearly trying to leverage that momentum to close this gap. Lancer is really liking that ramp lately and it's paying off in a big way. Mist keeps the pressure on, showing some real resilience despite the deficit. Lancer just couldn't find an answer for Mist, holding the high ground on, on that ramp. He's looking a lot more like the favorite right now. The momentum has completely shifted as he puts together a third straight victory without taking any damage. He manages to fight through the damage to clear Mist off that ramp, putting himself 1 round away from the win. It's been a tough run for the favorite player this series. A lightning fast reaction from Mist to keep the fight going. What a finish! Lancer closes this out with a lightning fast shot to secure the victory. He really dug deep for that one, refusing to let his recent slump affect his game today. Welcome to Dunes. We have Lancer and Glare facing off now, with the favorite looking to secure a strong win. Lancer holds a significant historical advantage, winning over 56% of their total encounters. This particular map is where that gap feels most obvious. Though we know Glare is coming off a strong victory against him in their previous meeting, it'll be interesting to see if that confidence carries over. Lancer has the edge now, leading 2-1. A clean look for the number 16 seed. Lancer is starting to separate himself here, putting a lot of pressure on Glare early on. Lancer is just pulling away now, leading 3-2. He's proving that those ratings aren't the whole story today. Lancer is really cruising along with a 4-2 lead. He's really making the most of that rating difference right now. A very fast exchange there, but Glare is managing to keep this a tight contest. And just like that, Glare claws it back to 4 apiece. Glare is really playing like the aggressor today. That is 3 on the bounce for Glare, and he takes full control of the scoreboard. Total control from Glare, who is now rolling with 4 straight wins. Lancer finally answers back, cutting into that deficit just before we head into the break. Glare has looked a cat above throughout the early stages tonight. It's 7-5 in favor of Glare. While the underdog is absolutely refusing to be intimidated here. He has completely flipped the script on the map advantage Lancer usually enjoys. Let's see if Lancer can respond. Lancer narrows the gap to just 1 now. He's playing like someone who wants a bit of revenge for that last match. We are all square now. Lancer has tied it up. It's a complete deadlock heading into the final stretch. The pace of this match is just wild. These encounters are ending almost as soon as they start. Absolute chaos as Lancer and Glare sit dead even. Coming off a tough showing in the 18-19 set he's had today. Glare maintains a slim 1-round lead here. He's looking sharp after that strong win over Mist earlier. Neither player is willing to let the other even get a small lead. They're just trading blows at this point. Lancer finally grabs the lead with a 10-9 advantage. Lancer seems to be regaining a bit of his ground. Glare has fought back to leave us perfectly level. A tough spot for the higher ranked player to be in. Glare is playing with a lot of momentum right now, putting a serious dent in Lancer's hopes. We're officially in the danger zone here. It's a total toss-up as we approach the finish line. A swift conclusion to that duel, putting Glare on the verge of victory. The higher seed is really feeling the heat right now. Lancer answers back with a flawless shot to force this series into overtime. His rank gives him every reason to feel confident now. He's got a lot of momentum moving into the final stretch of this overtime. A massive boost of energy for the 16th ranked seed. He's just totally in command right now, taking another round without losing a single point of health. Lancer is simply untouchable right now, and he's just one step away from closing this out. Glare refuses to back down, staying alive and keeping this overtime series wide open. That quick response keeps things. What a finish. Lancer closes it out with a perfect shot to secure the series. He really had to dig deep for that one, but it's good to see him bounce back after that earlier loss to Glare. He had to fight for every single round in those final moments. What a match. Welcome to the arena. We have Mist and Glare facing off today, though. The favorite has a tough challenge ahead. Mist holds a slight advantage in their overall head-to-head history. It's interesting because Glare is really fighting back after taking their last encounter in a pretty one-sided fashion. I wonder if we'll see that pattern repeat here. Another lightning fast reaction there to bring the score to 3-0. A sharp response here as Mist gets the first round back, refusing to cave under the pressure. A nice way to stabilize things for the underdog. What a scrap. He claws out the victory from a wild exchange to keep this rally going. This is looking more like an even split than predicted. Unbelievable. He has completely turned this around to level the score. The pressure is really mounting on the favorite now. He just can't be stopped. Mist is now firmly in control after an intense shootout. The pre-match odds aren't doing him any favors right now. Glare answers back instantly, leveling the series. Things are deadlocked heading into the 8th. Glare edges ahead with a slim 5-4 lead. The higher ranked man is starting to look vulnerable. Wow, what a nail-biter! He survives by a thread to keep this rolling. His current form seems to be overriding that ladder gap. He's absolutely punishing his opponent right now, continuing this red-hot surge. The ladder gap is completely invisible in this set. Glare holds a 7-5 lead as we head into the break. Honestly, this matches the pre-game read perfectly. Both guys have traded strong runs, but the favorite is firmly in the driver's seat. Time to see if the gap holds for... A very crisp read on that encounter. A really confident burst to snap that momentum. Both players were trading heavy damage, but Mist barely emerges from that chaos to knot the series up. What a slugfest. He barely survives the trade and now holds the lead as the streak hits through. The roles have completely flipped since the break. A very rapid response to bring things back to a deadlock. He really knows how to handle this specific rival. A complete shutdown there, and the comeback continues as he pushes the lead to 9-8. The favorite is really feeling the heat now. Total parity now, Glare just forced a 9-9 tie. A classic duel where neither side is willing to give an inch. Glare just barely snatched the lead, putting him up 10-9. His recent 13-6 victory in their last meeting is starting to look like a pattern. Mist just can't be shaken, clawing his way back to bring this series even. Absolutely no room for error now as they head into the final stretch. The momentum is shifting again, and Glare is suddenly looking like the much stronger player in this exchange. Absolute carnage. Mist digs deep to survive that onslaught, and we are completely tied up. Total deadlock as we stare down the final 2 rounds. Absolutely effortless. He's just one step away from completing a stunning turnaround here. What a way to force the issue. Glare shuts it down instantly, and we are headed to overtime. Glare is putting on a clinic right now, taking total control as we enter this tiebreaker. The higher ranked player is really struggling to find an answer. He's completely overwhelmed his opponent, landing a perfect shot to stretch the lead to 14-12. Mist keeps this rally alive, proving he can trade blows with the best in this high-pressure tiebreaker. It's a complete toss-up now, regardless of the ladder standings. A flawless exchange for Glare, who puts himself just one step from victory. He's really leaning into that superior rank throughout this overtime. Unreal. He withstands the pressure in a grueling exchange to close out the series. He really proved his superiority in the clutch, managing to stay calm through that entire overtime stretch. That's a huge result for his confidence moving forward. What a fight. Welcome everyone, we've got Lancer and Mist facing off on red line in a very close matchup today. Mist was sharp there, catching Lancer right as he tried to use the ramp for cover. He's looking to flip the script after that previous loss on fast aim. Lancer holds a strong advantage from the ramp to keep things dead even here. The underdog is already pushing back against the oddsmakers. Lancer currently holds a significant edge in their lifetime head-to-head matchups. It's interesting to see that dominance continuing today after Lancer took the previous meeting as well. He seems to have a real psychological advantage over Mist in this series. Lancer is making things very difficult for Mist right now, and he managed to outplay him even with the height advantage on the ramp. He's playing a very tight match against the tough opponent. Lancer is cruising right now, leading by 2. It's a tough spot for the man who came in as the favorite. Lancer still keeps the lead at 4-3. Lancer's 1531 rating almost gives him a tie break on the ladder. Lancer is really taking control here, utilizing that ramp height to put a huge gap between himself and Mist. Mist secures the victory from the ramp and brings us right back to a 1-round difference. The two are practically identical when looking at their all-time map success. We are completely deadlocked at 5 apiece. His recent struggle with a 3-game losing slide seems to be fading. He is absolutely on fire now, taking a commanding grip on the game as we head into the break. Mist enters the break with a 7-5 lead. I mean, he's really shaking off that recent slump with an impressive 4-round run. We expected a total toss-up here, and it's certainly staying a close fight. Let's see if Lancer can respond. Mist has firmly established himself as the favorite today with an 8-5 lead. Well, looking at their nearly identical rankings in the top 20, it's surprising to see one player pull away this far. Lancer needs a quick response to keep this within reach. Mist really cleaned that up, managing to take Lancer right off the ramp for another point. Lancer's 19-17 run today shows he's definitely in top form. Mist is putting a stranglehold on things at 10-6. This run puts a significant dent in his overall head-to-head lead. Lancer fights back to make it 10-7. His overall edge in the rivalry is starting to show. Lancer is really feeling the pressure now as he lets a huge lead slip away. He's already played 24 games today and still looks fresh. He just needs one more now, and that was a tough break for Lancer after fighting back so hard. He really seems to be capitalizing on his favorite status right now. Lancer just secured a huge stop to keep this game alive. A quick reaction there, but he still has a mountain to climb. He secures another round from the ramp, extending his current run to 2. Lancer is showing incredible grit, holding the high ground on the ramp to keep this fight going. Lancer is completely carving through these defenses now. Unbelievable. He is simply refusing to go away, securing another flawless win to stay in the game. Lancer is simply unstoppable right now, taking control of the server to force a deadlock. Total chaos right now. We've got a genuine thriller on our hands. Mist puts a hard stop to that momentum, picking him off the ramp to seize the lead. The match is coming down to those narrow margins between their ladder rankings. The speed of these exchanges is just wild. These two are trading shots almost instantly. Lancer is simply refusing to quit, knocking his opponent off the ramp to keep the dream alive. What a display of endurance from Lancer, wiping those boxes clean to bring us back to a dead heat. It's a complete reset as we enter overtime. What a turnaround! Lancer claims another one from the ramp to put himself in a position to close this out. Absolute confidence on display from him right now. Unbelievable. That was an absolute brawl, and Mist just barely scrapes through with his life to even the score. Mist really clung to that last bit of health to survive. Lancer barely edges ahead, now holding a slim lead. Lancer is pushing ahead with a 2-round cushion. The momentum is completely shifting in the veteran's direction. Lancer is really pulling away now, leading 18-15. Absolute deadlock broken, and he's just completely seized the momentum. Lancer is dominating the pace, extending his lead to 19-16. Lancer's now just a breath away at 19-17. Sudden shift in energy as we enter the final stretch. Lancer is extending his cushion to a 3-round lead. Lancer is showing far too much composure in these high-pressure moments. He really dug deep in overtime to pull this one out. Mist fought an absolute war to stay in it. What a fight. Welcome everyone to the Berserk League. Lancer and Glare are facing off on Italy to see who comes out on top. Lancer is holding a commanding 816-644 lead in their overall head-to-head history. That long-term psychological edge is really apparent today, especially since he just took down Glare in their most recent meeting. It'll be interesting to see if Glare can break that cycle. Lancer's pulling ahead now, leading the series 2-1. The higher ranked side is comfortably in control here. We've got a dead heat on our hands. Both of these players are trading blows and neither is blinking. The lower seeded player is putting up a real fight here. Lancer extends his lead to 3-2, putting the pressure on. He's playing with a lot of confidence after that strong run against Mist. Lancer just pushed further ahead, now sitting at 4-2. That's a solid start for the top-ranked player in this pair. What a scramble. He barely scrapes through that exchange with a sliver of health left. A tough spot to be in for the lower seeded side. Lancer has been extremely active today with a 2016 record over the last few hours. It's clear he's carrying that momentum into this map and finding a great rhythm. The question is whether Glare can put a stop to this run. A total shutdown here as he secures his third straight victory. He's looking like the heavy favorite we expected today. Glare manages to respond with a quick kill, cutting into that lead. The underdog is started to make his presence felt here. Lancer goes into the break with an 8-4 lead. Well, everything is going according to plan for the higher seed. He's really capitalizing on his rank advantage here to keep Glare on the defensive. Time to see if Glare responds. Absolute chaos in that exchange, but he comes out on top by a hair. He's essentially owning this match, just like that last encounter they shared. Incredible. He barely survives a brutal trade, clutching the victory with a tiny bit of health left. Lancer completely shuts him down, strolling toward the finish line with a commanding 11-4 lead. Another strong showing to put him on the verge of victory. The gap in skill level is just too wide here. And that is it. He closes out the series with an effortless final kill to take the map. He was just on another level today, especially with that insane reflex shot that practically ended the game. Welcome everyone to the Berserk League. Mist and Glare take the stage on Mappas to see who comes out on top. Glare is historically much more comfortable here with a 53% win rate on this map. It's a nice contrast to Mist, who has historically struggled with this specific layout. Let's see if the favorite can keep that momentum rolling. He's simply untouchable right now, moving up 2-3 straight wins. The higher ranked player is definitely feeling the pressure early on. Auto shutdown here, extending the gap to 4 rounds. The overall head-to-head is actually remarkably close between these two. Mist manages to snap the run and finds a way back into the set. He's fighting through a tough stretch after that rough series against Lancer. Glare dominates the pace, now sitting comfortably at 5. This match seems to follow the script from their last meeting. Mist is technically the stronger player in the eyes of the ladder. And we are starting to see that raw skill gap bridge the early void. He's proving that despite the current score, he can absolutely trade blows with Glare. Glare is just crushing him, extending the lead to 7. Mist is refusing to just let this go, keeping the gap manageable as we head toward the half. Glare is really pulling away now, leading 8-3. He's certainly playing like the favorite pick in this series. Glare takes an 8-4 lead into the break. I mean, everything is playing out exactly how we predicted. The favorite is putting on a very solid show through these opening 12 rounds. Time to switch sides. Glare stays in total control, now pushing a 9-4 lead. Mist is really having a difficult run of form lately. Glare is absolutely soaring toward a 10-4 stranglehold. Mist is refusing to just crumble here, picking up another round to keep things interesting. The rounds are moving by so quickly now. We're seeing some incredibly fast engagements on both sides. Unbelievable. He was nearly gone, but manages to scrape through with a sliver of health. A heart-stopping way to keep this contest alive. Mist is putting on a real clinic right now, carving his way back into this series. He's taking total control now, stringing together another fast win to close the gap. He's really trying to shake off those rough losses to Lancer. A lightning fast response from Glare, putting him just one step away from victory. Absolute shutdown speed on that final engagement. What a finish. Glare shuts the door right now to secure the series. He's really moving in the right direction. Now, Glare needed this one to keep his confidence climbing today. Welcome to the Junes. We have Lancer and Mist facing off to see who can claim the victory today. Lancer is coming in with a healthy 4-match winning streak. It's a great start for him, considering he just took a close victory over Mist in their most recent clash. I wonder if that gives him the mental edge needed to keep the momentum shifting. Mist has clawed back to a 2-1 lead. He's definitely proving to be a tough opponent for the rank 14 seed. He is just completely outclassing his opponent right now, taking his 3rd straight round. Lancer finally finds his mark, interrupting the momentum to bring the tally to 2-3. It's a tight gap between these two on the ladder. We're all square now with both Lancer and Mist tied. The higher seeded competitor is making his presence felt. Mist regains the advantage, putting him up 4-3. He's playing some solid games today after a 23-24 run. Lancer has dominated their historical matchups with a 53% win rate. It's interesting to see him fighting from behind here, given how comfortable he usually is against this opponent. He'll need to find a way to break the current slide before he loses his grip on this map. Mist holds a commanding 2-round cushion over Lancer now. A strong showing from the underdog today. Lancer's response time just isn't where it needs to be right now. He's getting caught completely off guard. The pressure is really mounting for the seed 14 player. We head into the break with Mist leading 8-4. He's certainly making good on those early expectations by controlling the pace here. Lancer needs to adjust quickly if he wants to climb back into this game. Lancer picks up 1, trailing 5-8 now. He's definitely feeling the heat after those recent losses. Another clean win for Lancer, and he's really starting to put a dent in that deficit. He's really starting to put the pressure back on the favorite. He's completely shifted the tide, claiming another round to keep the rally going. The momentum has completely flipped in this duel. Unbelievable. He has completely erased that deficit to bring us that even. Pure chaos now as everything gets reset. What an absolute slugfest. He manages to claw his way out of that trade to take a 5-round lead. He's just unstoppable right now, securing another victory to keep this incredible streak alive. Mist answers back, putting a stop to that run. A strong individual effort despite a rough stretch of matches lately. Lancer is showing incredible resolve, shutting things down quickly to widen his advantage. These last few rounds have been basically a coin flip. Neither player can put this game away. Lancer just couldn't time it right, and Mist uses that height advantage to take full control of the server. What a brutal momentum swing. He's just an absolute wall right now and is now 1 win away from victory. What a finish. He shuts everything down to seal the victory. He really had to dig deep to close that out after the mid-game collapse. A huge performance to get the result. What a battle. Welcome to the Berserk League. We've got Lancer and Glare facing off on orange to see who takes the win. Absolutely nail-biting start. Glare barely escapes that exchange with a sliver of health left. What a chaotic fight. Lancer barely survives that exchange to even the score. Lancer has generally owned this head-to-head rivalry over time. Lancer currently holds a significant advantage in their head-to-head history. It's really showing in how he's handled these early exchanges. Glare definitely needs to find a way to disrupt that momentum before things get out of hand. Lancer puts the pressure on with a 3-2 lead. He's continuing to prove why he enters this set as the favorite. Emotion mid Lancer is really starting to put some distance between himself and Glare here. Emotion mid. The higher seed is simply too sharp right now. He's simply on another level right now, extending that streak to 3. He's clearly maintaining the gap in rating we see on the ladder. He's completely taken over the match, securing his 4th straight round. It's starting to feel a lot like that recent Italy clash. That was a messy fight, but Lancer manages to scrap through for his 5th straight. Lancer is really leveraging that gap in their overall rankings. Finally a breakthrough for Glare, putting an end to that long run. He's definitely fighting through a tough deficit after that blowout on Italy. Emotion mid Lancer has a 44% win rate on this specific map. Well, that puts him on almost identical footing with Glare despite the current scoreline, and we're seeing that play out as Glare starts to close the gap. Emotion mid Lancer goes into the break with an 8-4 lead. I mean, he's playing exactly how we expected him to. Glare is hanging in there, but that 5-round burst from Lancer really defined the opening half. Lancer stretches his lead to 9-4 after that win. The skill gap on the ladder is really showing through here. Lancer reaches double digits, now leading 10-4. Lancer is really taking control of the pace now. Glare is putting up a fight, showing he can keep pace with Lancer as this match progresses. Looking for another strong performance like he just had against Mist. Lancer is just a few steps away from wrapping this up. He's looking far too comfortable right now. He answers back quickly, putting himself in a position to close the door right now. That's a really tough spot for Glare to be in. A sharp response from Glare to keep the pressure on Lancer. That was an incredibly fast exchange to put a stop to the bleeding. Lightning fast reaction there. And he earns another round to stay in this. Boom! Lancer finishes the job and secures the series. He just refuses to let Glare get a foothold in this series today, keeping that head-to-head lead well intact. Welcome everyone to the arena. Today we have Mist and Glare facing off on fast aim to see who comes out on top. Mist holds a thin lead in their overall head-to-head history, but he's currently fighting through a dip in form. It will be interesting to see if the higher rated player can actually recover his footing here. Glare is fighting hard to close that 2-1 gap. It's surprising to see him struggle as the heavy favorite. He completely controls the map from the ramp, extending his streak to 3 straight. A massive shift from their last encounter on Mapas. Absolutely outclassed. That's 4 in a row for the leading player. Hard to believe he's the one leaning on the ropes here. A very tidy finish there as Glare shows some serious grit to secure this round. The underdog is definitely starting to wake up. Mist gets back on top after playing it safe from the ramp. He's looking much more comfortable than in that previous set. Glare is really showing some fight, picking him off the ramp to keep this momentum shifting. A very disciplined response from the favorite. What a display of persistence from the trailing player who just deleted his opponent with total ease. His early struggles are finally starting to fade. Mist has played over 5,000 matches to get to this point. You know, that kind of deep experience usually helps him stabilize when the momentum swings. It'll be critical to see if those long-term habits can keep him in control as we enter the closing rounds. Mist takes a 7-5 lead into the break, and honestly he is making the favorite look very shaky right now. It's a total flip from what we expected coming into this series. Time for a fresh start. Mist is pulling away now, leading 8-5. He's certainly putting that lower ranking to shame today. Mist is just dominant, pushing the tally to 9-5. Both players are really exhausted, putting in a massive shift today. Glare is refusing to just fade away, keeping the pressure high and the gap small. Another huge point for Glare, who continues to show incredible resolve while chasing this lead. Pure speed from the challenger, staying flawless to keep this rally going. The lead is practically gone now. Mist halts that rally, bringing the total back to 10-8. He's showing why he maintains that edge in their long-term head-to-head. He's simply refusing to give up, securing a tidy point to tighten the grip on this match. The momentum has completely stalled, and now it's a total toss-up as we head into the final stretch. He's really making the most of his 17 rank today. Glare is staying persistent, walking away from that exchange without losing a single point of health. What a response from the challenger to even the score simply outdueling his opponent. This series is officially a dead heat. Absolute chaos in that exchange, but he manages to scrap through with a tiny sliver of health to put himself 1 point away from victory. Both of them were fighting for their lives in that one, but he just barely outlasted him to force overtime. He's simply too fast right now. That was a blink and you miss it exchange. Total perfection on that final shot. A huge swing after that loss on Mapas. Absolutely huge for Glare, who just forced the deadlock at 13-13 after dragging himself back into this fight. The pressure is mounting as both players start trading blows in these deciding moments. The top half of the leaderboard is really showing its strength. What a brawl! Both of them were trading heavy damage, but he comes out on top to reach match point. That's some serious composure to pull ahead again. Unbelievable. Mist finishes it right here, securing the map victory. He's finally got his revenge after that rough outing on Mapas. Glare put up a valiant effort to push this deep into overtime, but he just couldn't close the door. What a fight. Welcome everyone. Lancer and Mist are facing off on Italy, with Mist entering the match as the slight favorite. Lancer holds a significant lead in their overall head-to-head record with 813 wins. It's a long-term psychological edge that might offset the fact that Mist won their most recent encounter. I wonder if the early lead here is just a flicker or the start of a dominant trend. Lancer is staring down a clear path with a 2-1 lead. Lancer looks solid after that dominant result against Glare earlier. Things are swapping back and forth really quickly. Neither player is letting the other get an edge. Mist has clawed back to take a 3-2 lead. The higher rated player is starting to feel the pressure. He's completely in control now, taking his third straight round without taking any damage. This is mirroring that previous match they had on Dunes. Lancer answers right back, cutting the gap to a single round. Lancer is proving that the gap in their ranking is purely cosmetic. Just like that, Lancer levels the field at 4-4. His rank is only a couple of spots below the opponents on the ladder. He's simply too fast right now, securing another effortless win to keep the streak alive. A sharp response from Mist to bring us back to a deadlock. A high-intensity battle between two players firmly in the upper half of our rating. Mist edges ahead, holding a narrow 6-5 lead now. Both of these players are really pushing their limits today. We're at the break with Mist leading 7-5. It's exactly the kind of toss-up we expected going in. Lancer still has the historical edge in their head-to-head, but Mist is comfortably holding onto that 2-round cushion for now. Fresh sides. Let's see if this holds. Mist has a high volume of matches today, coming in with a 24-23 record. It's clearly paying off as he finds his stride, while Lancer struggles to keep up. If Lancer can't break this momentum, it's going to be a very short second half. A complete shutout here as he extends his streak to 3. The momentum has completely shifted toward the favorites. A tough scramble for both players, but Lancer manages to come out on top. That a bit of a relief for him after the 13-11 loss on Dunes. Unreal. He digs deep to survive that exchange, barely clinging on to secure his second straight point. He is simply on fire right now, taking total control of the pace. That was an incredibly quick exchange to close out the sequence. He's just not letting up, keeping the pressure high to close the gap even further. A huge swing in confidence for the lower ranked player here. Missed shots that rally down immediately to reclaim a 2-round advantage. A decisive move to put him back in the driver's seat. Absolutely frantic exchange there. He barely manages to hold on, and now he's just 1 round away from victory. What a way to close it out. Mist shuts the door with a flawless final shot to secure the series. Lancer put up a massive fight in the middle, but he just couldn't close the gap. Mist's sheer speed throughout this series was way too much to handle. Welcome everyone, Lancer and Glare are stepping into the arena for this duel, with Lancer entering as the favorite today. Lancer has won over 56% of their lifetime head-to-head matches. That psychological edge is clearly showing, especially since Glare just dropped their most recent meeting as well. It will be interesting to see if Glare can shake off that trend today. Lancer's now putting some serious pressure on Glare. Slightly more volatile form lately for him. These early rounds are moving incredibly fast, almost zero room for error in these exchanges. He's firmly entrenched in the upper half of the ladder right now. Lancer is really finding his range today, utilizing that height advantage to extend his control of the map. Lancer looks ready to replicate that 13-7 victory from their last meeting. Unbelievable. He barely survives a chaotic exchange to claw back around here. He's definitely refusing to go down without a fight. Lancer is really putting that rating advantage to work here. He's firmly in the top half of the league while Glare is struggling to keep pace. And it's clearly reflecting in how efficiently he's closing out these rounds. He's just playing with far too much confidence. Lancer has a commanding 6-3 lead heading into round 9. A very quick exchange that goes in his favor. He's digging in his heels and continuing to chip away at that lead. Suddenly the gap is closing fast. Lancer's pulling away with a solid 7-4 advantage. Looking at the real battle of attrition here for him. Lancer takes the 7-5 lead. Well, things are playing out exactly as we thought. He's holding that slim advantage, but Glare is staying right in the mix and fighting for every single spot on the map. Fresh start for both players now. Lancer stretches his lead to 8-5 after a clinical round. He's certainly playing like the superior seed in this series. Lancer keeps the momentum moving to a dominant 9-5. Another tough outing for him after that loss to Mist earlier today. What a scramble! Lancer barely holds on through that exchange to put his opponent in a deep hole. Lancer is simply too strong right now, moving a step closer to victory with another perfect exchange. A really tough run of things for him lately. He's absolutely on fire, securing another effortless round to put himself one step closer to the win. What a finish! He clings to the narrowest of leads to secure the victory. He just completely took over the server. Glare really struggled to find any answers for that level of aggression. Welcome everyone, we're on Dunes for a clash between Mist and Glare, with the favorite looking to secure a win. Mist really seems to be the one in form here, entering this with a 3-win streak. It's a sharp contrast to Glare, who has dropped his last 3 matches across the board. We have to see if Glare can actually turn this around. Mist is cruising with a narrow 2-1 lead. The higher rated player is showing a lot of confidence early. Glare is really feeling the heat now, unable to find a response as Mist pulls further ahead. Mist holds a slim 1-round advantage right now. He's really fighting to shake off those recent losses. Mist is dominating, pushing the lead to 4-2. Mist holds a slight edge in their all-time head-to-head with a total of 489 wins. This feels particularly weighing since Glare entered this particular server as the favorite. He's really struggling to find a way back into this one. Absolutely flawless reflex from Glare, shutting down that momentum completely. He's really starting to close that gap. Mist still keeps his distance at 6-4. It's a familiar story since their last encounter on Fast Aim. That was a blink and you miss it duel as the underdog continues his push before the side swap. Mist takes a 7-5 lead into the break. The script is flipping here. Glare was supposed to control this server, but he's clearly struggling to handle a highly motivated opponent who knows how to play this map. Fresh start for Glare now. Both players were trading heavy damage, but he just barely edged out the duel to stay in this. He really dug deep for that recovery. Mist extends his lead to 8-6 with a clean finish. Incredible. That was a chaotic scrap where he almost lost everything, but he managed to scrape through. He completely dismantles that defensive hold on the box to bring the lead to 10-6. The rating gap is starting to feel very real. Glare manages to trade back a round, keeping the score at 10-7. His overall record on this map is a tough one to overcome. Mist is really putting on a clinic today, quickly moving back into a comfortable position. Total control. Mist takes another round, putting him just 1 step from victory. Fast response from Glare to keep his hopes alive for now. The underdog is refusing to just hand over the keys. What a finish. A brutal exchange that sees Mist emerge on top to secure the victory. He's just completely on fire lately. Another victory today for the man, and he's really cementing his control over this rivalry. Welcome to the Berserk League. We're on Mappas for a close battle between Lancer and the currently favored Mist. Lancer holds a strong lead in their historical head-to-head record, taking over 50% of their total matchups, but the momentum has shifted heavily towards Mist recently. We saw the favorite claim a convincing victory in their last meeting, and that early edge is carrying over today. Lancer is barely holding on with a narrow 2-1 lead. Lancer had a great start, but Mist has quickly reclaimed his ground to bring us back to a deadlock. Both are performing right at their expected level so far. Lancer edges ahead by 1 in a nail biter. Lancer is definitely showing that he can trade blows with the higher rated player. Lancer is really finding his stride, leading 4-2 now. It's a total reversal from the last time they faced off. A completely effortless kill, and he's now on a tear with 3 straight. Lancer is looking way more confident than when he faced Mist on Italy P. The search continues, and he's now firmly in control of the map. This is a huge contrast to his 13-9 win over Lancer earlier today. Mist puts a stop to that momentum with a lightning-fast reaction. The resilience is starting to show as he picks up another one here. He is certainly proving why he entered this duel as the favored side. The momentum shift is undeniable now as he manages a perfectly clean round to close the gap. We go into the break deadlocked at 6-6. The parity we saw in their map win rates is playing out exactly as expected. Both guys have trade streaks in this half, so we're looking at a total toss-up heading into the second half. Fresh start, let's see who blinks. Lancer just claws back the lead, putting him up 7-6. They're nearly identical in the ratings and it shows. He refuses to go away, evening things up at 7-all. Both these players are refusing to let the other build any real lead. He's simply too strong right now, cruising to another victory to seize a narrow lead. He's putting an incredible amount of pressure on Lancer's defense right now. Absolutely flawless work from the favorite, who looks completely unstoppable right now. He's simply on a different level right now, picking up another effortless point to extend the lead. Lancer finds his target immediately, refusing to let his opponent run away with this match. He's refusing to let this game slip away. The underdog is putting on a real fight now. A fierce trade of shots, but Mist emerges on top to keep his resurgence alive. He's completely locked in now, just a few points away from victory. Another clinical finish, and he's now just 1 round away from victory. The gap in their overall rankings is starting to feel real. Unbelievable. He barely survives the exchange with a sliver of health to secure the match victory. He just could not close the door on him. An incredible effort from Lancer to keep it this close. What a fight. Welcome to the red line map. Lancer and Glare are facing off today, with Lancer entering this match as the favorite. Lancer looks sharp early on, cleaning up the ramp for the opening round. He's looking to repeat that dominant 13-5 victory from their last encounter. What a scramble! Lancer survives that chaotic trade with just a sliver of health remaining. Lancer is really making his ranking advantage felt early. He keeps the pressure high, shutting down Glare from the ramp to take a commanding early lead. The higher rating is definitely showing through this morning. Glare responds with a lightning fast reaction, showing he isn't about to let this slip away. Lancer has completely controlled their long-term history with 819 total wins over his opponent. And seeing this lead grow today makes it look like those numbers are more than just a historical trend. It's gonna be a tough mountain for Glare to climb if he can't find a way to slow this momentum down. Brutal clash on the ramp, but he manages to pull ahead for another round. The difference in their current form is staring us right in the face. Glare finds his mark from the ramp to keep this game within reach. He's really fighting against that rating disparity on the ladder. Lancer stays firmly in control with a 6-3 lead. He's definitely found some confidence with those two fast wins. Lancer quickly regains his ground, shutting things down from the ramp to keep Glare at bay. That's a tough stretch for someone who's gone 5-7 today. Lancer is just too quick today, picking Glare right off the ramp to put a serious dent in this match. This is exactly the sort of result we expected from a matchup between 16 and 27. Lancer takes a 9-3 lead into the break. Well, the seedings are holding up perfectly here. He's really outclassing Glare right now, making a very convincing case for why he's the favorite in this series. Time to see a fight back. Glare is refusing to go quietly, picking Lancer right off that ramp to narrow the gap. He definitely needed a push after that last 13-5 result. Lancer is just putting on a clinic right now, shutting Glare down from the ramp once again. He's making a quick recovery after that momentary slip. What a scrap. Both players were practically empty, but he manages to scrap through with the narrowest of margins. Lancer is on fire, securing another win from the ramp to put himself one step away from victory. What a fight. He barely escapes that carnage with his life to keep the dream alive. Pure tenacity from the underdog to keep this match going. Boom, boom, boom! Lancer seals the victory with a lightning fast shot from the ramp. A clean sweep to wrap things up. It looks like this matchup is just becoming a habit for him. Welcome everyone. Mist and Glare are stepping onto Fast Aim to see who can take the win today. What a scramble. Glare barely survives that exchange from the ramp to take the opening round. Mist carries a fair bit of confidence into this server, having won his last 5 straight games. It's clearly rubbing off on him here as he continues to hold the upper hand in this rivalry. I wonder if he can maintain this pressure. We've got the deadlock at 2-all for these two. A tough stretch for Glare lately, but he's keeping pace here. Glare is really turning the tide here, taking control of the server with a strong start. He's just not missing a shot right now, securing his 3rd straight point. A complete reversal from their recent encounter on Dooms. Mist answers back with a clean shot from the ramp. The higher rated side is starting to flex his muscles. Unbelievable. Both players were down to nothing, but Glare managed to scrap away with a tiny sliver of health. He just barely edges it out in a desperate scramble to put his lead at 3. The lower ranked man is really putting on a show. A complete shutdown by Mist, who's showing real grit as he chips away at this lead. He's refusing to let the slight favoritism carry Glare to a landslide. Glare has been struggling with a 5-loss streak entering today, which makes this current lead even more impressive. Well, it looks like he's finally found a way to break that cycle. Now the pressure is completely on Mist to reclaim his side of the map. Glare takes a 7-5 lead into the break. Honestly, he's performing exactly how we anticipated going in. He's looked very sharp so far, but Mist is definitely staying within striking distance. A total shutout for Mist, who is digging deep to keep this contest alive. The pressure is shifting back to the favorite. Absolute perfection, he completely takes over, bringing the set level at 7-all. Everything is back to a dead heat now. Another flawless exchange and Mist has officially seized the lead. He's completely flipped the script on this. What a fight. Glare manages to survive a chaotic trade and brings this series right back to a tie. Total chaos just now with neither player giving an inch. He's staying aggressive and keeps the pressure high to reclaim that 1-round lead. That was a lightning fast sequence to get back on top. And we're back to a stalemate. Mist levels it up. His current ranking barely reflects how well he's playing right now. That was a brutal slugfest, but he manages to outlast the trade and hold a 1-round advantage. He really knows how to pull through when things get sweaty. Mist secures another one from the ramp, really showcasing his persistence today. The seed for this match is definitely feeling the heat now. Absolutely untouchable right now. Mist is just 1 round away from the win. The odds certainly shifted toward the challenger tonight. Glare finds his 2nd win, refusing to go down without a fight. A solid response to get back in the game. And that's the game. Mist closes it out and completes an incredible run to secure the victory. He really had to dig in there, but it's a huge relief for him to finally put a stop to that slide. Glare fought a hell of a battle to keep this close. What a fight. Welcome everyone to the league. Lancer and Mist are facing off today on Italy to see who comes out on top. Lancer actually holds a strong overall lead in their lifetime head-to-head matches. The problem is that Mist has a way of getting inside his head lately, having won their last 3 encounters. It'll be interesting to see if Lancer can break that pattern today. Another effortless round for Mist, who just can't be stopped right now. Absolute control from the lead right now. That's a perfect start to the game. The lower seed is definitely feeling the pressure here. A sharp reaction there to finally get a point on the board. Lancer stays aggressive, catching a lightning fast kill to keep this momentum shifting. The side favorite is starting to look a bit rattled. Lancer is on a tear now, securing a 3rd straight round in a completely effortless fashion. It's wild to see the favorite slipping this quickly. Unbelievable, and Lancer has completely erased that early deficit to bring us back to a dead heat. He's just unstoppable right now, cruising to a 5-round streak to take the lead. The momentum has completely flipped from where we expected. He's just not missing today, extending his run to 6 straight. Things aren't looking good for the slight favorite right now. Total blowout on this run. Just an absolute wall of victory as he heads into the break. Just an absolute lockdown from Lancer to wrap up this half. Lancer takes a 7-5 lead into the break. Well, he really shook off the nerves after that slow start. He managed to reel off 7 straight rounds to put himself in a great position here. Time for Mist to answer back. That was a fierce exchange, but he comes out on top to narrow the gap. The favorite is finally starting to exert some influence. Lancer secures the edge from the wine, showing some great mental strength here. He refuses to let the opponent back into this game, keeping his side of the scoreboard climbing. He's simply not missing right now, picking up another easy kill to push his lead even further. The run continues for Lancer, who just looks completely untouchable right now. The underdog has completely hijacked the pace of this match. Lancer stays out of reach, putting himself on the verge of a massive comeback victory. It's a complete role reversal from the start of this set. What a finish. Lancer seals the deal with that final kill to secure the victory. He's officially broken that losing streak against his rival. And honestly, he looked far too comfortable in those final rounds. Welcome to Berserk League Duels. Lancer and Glare are heading to Orange to see who comes out on top. Lancer holds a huge career edge here with over 800 wins against Glare. Looking at the recent form, it's not surprising to see the favorite taking a lead. And honestly, Glare is really struggling to find any momentum right now. Another perfect round for Lancer, who looks completely untouchable right now. He's definitely carrying that confidence from his victory over Mist earlier. A quick response here as Glare secures a clean shot to keep the score tight. He definitely looked like he had the answer for that duel. Lancer is just dominating, putting him up 4-1. He's capitalizing on a tough day for his opponent. Lancer is practically cruising with a 5-1 lead. The gap in the ratings is starting to show. Lancer barely survives a scrap for the lead, but he still manages to walk away with the round. It's a tough outing for the bottom half of the ladder. A very composed sequence from Glare to get back on the board. The higher seed needs to lock back in quickly. Glare has had a rough stretch today with a 5-9 record across the boards. It's making it even harder for him to push back against Lancer's control of the map. See if he can find any answer in the next few rounds. Lancer is putting on a clinic, now leading 8-2. The difference in their current rankings is really staring us in the face. Wow, a complete slugfest that almost went both ways. He barely clings to life to secure the round. The lower ranked man is refusing to just roll over here. Lancer takes a commanding 9-3 lead into the break. And honestly, this match is the pre-game read perfectly. Glare is just completely outclassed right now, especially after Lancer put together that solid 3-round streak. Time to see if Glare awakens. What an absolute war of attrition. He barely scrapes through that exchange to take a 10-3 lead. Lancer continues to play like a top 15 seed today. Lancer is really putting the pressure on here. He's just one step faster than Glare in every single exchange. His top 15 rank is translating perfectly into results tonight. Glare manages to salvage another round, proving he can still trade blows with the favorite. Lancer has clearly been the one owning this head-to-head matchup. Another quick stop for Lancer, and he's just a single round away from closing this out. A bit of a struggle to put this series away. He keeps his composure to secure a flawless round, delaying the inevitable for just a bit longer. The pressure is really mounting for the favorite to close this out. Glare with a lightning fast snap to keep this match going. Just a glimpse of vulnerability from the leader right now. Unreal, he's just taking control of the map now, securing another round to keep his hopes alive. Absolute fire from Glare. He just won't let this lead slip away. He's completely flipped the script on the favorite. He is just on fire right now, picking up his 5th straight round to keep the dream alive. What a finish. He survives a brutal exchange to close it out and secure the victory. Lancer had a real scare there with that massive round from Glare, but he just dug deep to pull it back. He really had to work for that. Welcome everyone to the arena. Today we have Mist facing off against Glare for a high-stakes showdown. Mist holds a slight edge over Glare with a career head-to-head record of 491 to 483 wins. He's definitely carrying that historical confidence into this series. The real question is whether he can keep the pressure on given how recently they clashed. Mist is firmly in control with a 2-1 lead. A solid response from the favorite to keep this competitive. Glare has completely flipped the script here, erasing that early deficit in no time. A complete turnaround for a player who's otherwise struggled today. He's just too fast right now, taking full control with 3 straight rounds. A sharp response from Mist to level the score. He's definitely leaning into that higher ladder position right now. Unbelievable. He almost went down, but managed to claw back for the victory with practically nothing left. The momentum is shifting completely as he puts together a stunning trio of round wins. Absolute perfection from the challenger, securing a 4th straight win without taking a single hit. He's not letting the deficit discourage him, managing to claw back another point. The favorite is starting to find an answer for this attack. Another flawless round for the underdog, putting heavy pressure on the frontrunner just before the break. Mist takes a 7-5 lead into the break. I mean, the underdog is actually outplaying the favorite here. He's looking very sharp, and Glare just isn't responding the way we expected. Time to see if Glare wakes up. Glare is refusing to go away, erasing another bit of that gap with an effortless shot. He's playing with a lot more composure than we saw in his earlier sets. Absolute control from Glare, securing the deadlock at 7-all. He's proving exactly why he entered this series as the slight favorite. He's just on fire right now, taking a commanding lead in this sequence. This looks exactly like the kind of form that puts him in the top flight. He's absolutely punishing every mistake right now, putting his opponent on the defensive yet again. The momentum has completely shifted as he secures a 5th consecutive win to take a commanding lead. What a slugfest. Mist digs deep to survive the chaos and put a stop to that run. That was a desperate scramble, but he barely scraped through. He's showing incredible tenacity, quickly reclaiming the lead with a very tidy finish. He's certainly playing to the expectations of the pre-match projections. He's refusing to let the gap widen, closing in on the leader with a rapid strike. He's proving he can handle the heat of a late-game rally. He's putting up a real fight, keeping his composure to keep the deficit at just 1. His recent consistency is really starting to peak at the right time. He's simply on another level right now, evening things up with an absolute clinic. A surprising turn for someone who entered as the favorite. A completely unscathed victory for Glare, who now stands on the threshold of a major upset. The pressure is really starting to build on the underpowered side now. Unbelievable. He seals the deal with a lightning fast shot to claim the victory. Mist really fought through those low health scrambles to stay in it, but it just wasn't enough to stop that surge. What a fight. Welcome everyone to Dunes. We have Lancer and Mist facing off today to see who comes out on top. Lancer currently holds a lifetime lead of 814 wins over Mist. You know, that deep history seems to be paying dividends today, especially since he just beat Mist in their most recent encounter. I want to see if Mist can actually claw back into this. Unbelievable. He clutches out that trade with practically nothing left in the tank to take a commanding lead. Absolutely ruthless. He's just walking through this match, taking a total shutout into the next round. Mist finally answers back with a sharp exchange to get on the board. Expected something similar from the favorite today. He's refusing to go away, taking another one to bridge the gap further. A great time for the underdog to shift the energy. He is absolutely on fire, cutting the lead down to a single round. The favorite is finally starting to look comfortable. What a statement. He has completely flipped the script to bring the score level. The slight advantage in the odds is certainly starting to show. He is simply unstoppable right now, extending his streak to 5 straight wins. Lancer reacts first to bring the map right back to a dead heat. Mist has played quite a few sets today already. He's keeping the pressure high and manages to take the lead right before the break. A clean shot to take control before the switch. Mist takes a 7-5 lead into the break. Well, he's managed to hold that teen advantage despite some heavy swings from Lancer. Both players look sharp, so this should stay close. Let's see who blinks first now. Lancer is closing in, just one behind Mist now. The rating gap is almost non-existent between these two. He is showing incredible grit, putting the pressure back on Lancer to extend that lead. He's really capitalizing on this momentum shift. Mist stays ahead by a hair as we enter round 15. It's a bit of a grind for the guy currently sitting at 24 and 24. What a scramble. He somehow digs himself out of a deep hole to secure the tie. Absolute chaos on the server right now. He's really taking over now, securing another victory to build a healthy cushion. Hard-pounding finish. He barely edges out that trade to push his run to 4 straight. A tough stretch for the supposed favorite tonight. Absolute perfection. He's now 5 rounds deep into this dominant run. The momentum shift really mirrors that last set they played. He refuses to let the match slip away, securing another win to keep his hopes alive. He's fought through some tough sets already this evening. He's showing immense resolve, shutting things down completely to keep this fight alive. The pre-match favorite is starting to look dangerous now. Absolutely blistering speed to erase that lead and bring us back to a dead even tie. He's simply unstoppable, extending his run to 4 straight and putting himself a single round away from victory. What a turnaround. Mist closes out the match with a flawless finish to complete the comeback. He really had to fight for every inch in that one, but he just wouldn't break. Pure resilience. What a fight. Welcome to the Berserk League. We have Lancer taking on Glare on map pass to see who comes out on top. Lancer holds a strong historical lead with a 56% win rate over Glare in their head-to-head history. That long-term dominance should usually give him the confidence here, but he's clearly starting from behind. I wonder if he can shake off that first round loss and get back into his usual rhythm. Glare's now in control with a 2-1 lead. A tough start for the higher rated player today. Unbelievable. He barely clings to life in that chaotic trade, snatching the round with just a sliver of health. He manages to survive that absolute firestorm, barely edging out the win to keep the surge going. A complete takeover. He's now claimed 4 straight. Despite that rank difference, he's just not finding an answer right now. He's just relentless today, putting his opponent in a massive hole. A gritty exchange here, but Lancer manages to come out on top. He is certainly playing like the higher rated talent on the board. Lancer's 2017 record over the last day shows he's been fighting through some tough sets recently. So yeah, it looks like those struggles are finally behind him as he digs into this comeback attempt. He's showing the poise we expect from a top 15 player right now. That's an incredible surge. He's just wiped the floor with his opponent, claiming another round before we head into the break. We've got a 7-5 lead for Glare going into the switch. I mean, he's making this a real fight despite the rank gap. Let's see if he can maintain this pace as the underdog. Let's see who finds the rhythm first. A flawless sequence here as he remains completely untouched to narrow the gap. He definitely has the talent to close this gap. He's completely neutralized the deficit, dragging this match back to a dead heat. Lancer is definitely playing to his seeding right now. He's simply too fast right now, taking full control of the series. Devastating blow for the underdog at this stage. Glare answers back immediately to bring things level once again. Glare edges ahead by a single round now. He's definitely proving to be a tough matchup today. Lancer is putting up a serious fight, evening the score and showing real grit. Total parity now in a fight that refuses to slow down. Lancer is just refusing to go away, putting a significant dent in Glare's momentum. The pressure is mounting for him to salvage this set. We are all squared up at 10 apiece. He is showing surprising resilience today despite having the tougher road. A steady hand here for Lancer, taking an 11-10 lead as his comeback continues. He's finally staring down the finish line after that early struggle. Both players are just trading blows now. It's impossible to call who has the edge. And now Glare is just a single round away from closing out the series. The underdog is refusing to blink under this pressure. Absolutely sensational. Glare closes the door on this series with a perfect finish. He just kept his cool in those clutch moments to pull this off. Lancer really felt that one. What a fight. Welcome back to Berserk League. We're on red line for this one, featuring a closely contested battle between Mist and Glare. Mist is entering this match with a high 70% win rate over his last 10 games. But it's a tough spot for him since Glare is the one who handed him his most recent defeat. He'll need to prove that his overall form can overcome the psychological hurdle of that last encounter. Glare has the edge now, leading 2-1. It's surprising to see a lower ranked player dictate the pace like this. They're just trading blows back and forth now. Neither one can keep the momentum for more than a single round. Mist certainly knows how to keep this series level. Glare holds a narrow lead as we hit round 5. The underdog is certainly playing up to his status as the favorite. What a fight, he almost went down but barely scraped through to even the score. Hard to believe they're this close to even in a head-to-head race. Mist finally pulls ahead by a single round. The higher rated player is really making his presence felt now. Unbelievable, he survives by the skin of his teeth to keep this streak rolling. A tough afternoon for Glare, who has only 7 wins today. Goodness, what a nail-biter. He barely holds on for a 4th straight win. A tough run for the favorite to shake off. Glare answers back with a fierce exchange, showing some serious grit to get this one. That was a lightning-fast exchange to get things back on track. Absolute chaos. He nearly fell in that trade, but manages to survive for a huge advantage. Mist holds a commanding 8-4 lead heading into the break. Well, this is a total reversal of what we expected. The underdog is simply outplaying the favorite right now. Time to switch things up. Mist has a slight lead in the total head-to-head record, holding 491 total wins over the course of their history. But those numbers are almost meaningless when Glare has looked so steady in these specific encounters lately. It'll be interesting to see if that confidence allows him to close the gap even further. He is simply not letting up, shutting the door on his opponent in the blink of an eye. That was a close exchange, but Mist manages to come out on top. Both players are fighting for every single inch today. Glare isn't backing down, quickly picking him off the ramp to keep this fight alive. That was an incredibly sharp read on the position. He's completely erased the deficit, cutting Mist down from the ramp to bring us all the way back to a deadlock. He's just too strong right now, extending that streak to 3 with a clean finish. Mist is really struggling to find the footing here. What a scrap! He nearly went down but manages to secure another round to extend his run. That was a desperate battle for survival on his end. Simply unstoppable right now. He takes this round to move within striking distance of victory. He's really leaning into that favorable matchup today. What a response! Mist denies that match point by taking him right off the ramp. He had all the momentum, but a single mistake can change everything. He's simply refusing to go down without a fight, keeping the dream alive with another win. Absolutely wild. He claws his way back to a dead heat, forcing the series into overtime. A sudden flip in the script for the favorite. He's completely shifted the energy of this match, putting up another flawless round to stay in control. Absolute dominance in the head-to-head exchanges right now. An incredibly clean finish to keep things level at 13-all. Sudden shift in momentum just as we enter the extra frames. Another effortless exchange for Mist, who just cannot be stopped during this surge. The pressure is simply mounting on the favorite right now. Pure grit on display. Glare shuts this one down instantly to bring the score back to a deadlock. A perfect response to bring everything back to a stalemate. Mist has completely shaken off the pressure, moving 1 point away from a massive victory. What an answer. He puts a stop to the run and puts himself in a position to close this out. Glare is now just a single point ahead. Deadlocked once again. Mist and Glare are completely tied. Glare just edges him out, holding a slim 1 point lead. He's showing immense composure in these late game exchanges. Neither of these guys is letting the other breathe tonight. Glare's firmly in the driver's seat with an 18-16 lead. The pressure is really starting to mount for Mist now. Glare is just refusing to give an inch here. Glare keeps the heat up, now sitting at 19-16. He just couldn't close the door, despite how many times he survived on a sliver of health. What a fight. Welcome everyone to Fast Aim. We have Lancer taking on Mist in a great matchup, with Mist entering as the slight favorite. Lancer actually holds a strong historical edge with 814 wins in their head-to-head record. It's a bit ironic because Mist is the one who won their most recent clash. We'll see if that overall dominance can translate into a series lead today. Lancer is really starting to put the pressure on here, taking total control from the ramp. Lancer really needs to shake off those two recent losses. Lancer is just dominating the scoreboard with a 3-1 lead. The favorite is definitely feeling the heat right now. Lancer holds a thin edge now at 3-2. He's clearly carrying that high win rate into today's series. Lancer is really capitalizing on that height advantage, securing another quick win from the ramp. Lancer manages to pull ahead with a 4-3 lead. Mist has definitely been the more productive player today with a 25-21 record over the last day, so it's surprising to see him lagging behind. He normally has a strong sense of timing on this map, yet he's failing to close these exchanges out. Let's see if he can find a way to break this momentum. Lancer is really utilizing the verticality of the ramp to secure a healthy lead. He's showing exactly why he holds that overall head-to-head lead. Lancer's keeping a tight grip on a 6-5 lead. Lancers had a rougher run through his last 2 matches. We head into the break with a deadlocked 6-6 scoreline, and honestly, this is exactly how we expected a clash between these two to look. It is a toss-up right now, but Mist still holds a map win rate advantage here. Fresh start for both players. Lancer really tightened things up there, picking Mist right off the ramp to reclaim a slim advantage. Both of these guys are firmly established in the top half of the ladder. Lancer is pulling away now, extending the gap to 8-6. It's a tight struggle between two of the top 16 on the ladder. Mist claws back around, leaving Lancer slightly ahead at 8-7. Just a 2-spot difference between these two on the ladder. Lancer is playing an incredibly tight game here, consistently winning the duel, even when Mist tries to hold that high ground. Lancer is running wild, pushing the lead to 10-7. His higher rating hasn't given him any shelter so far. Lancer is on fire. Another clean finish from the ramp to put his opponent in a deep hole. Mist responds immediately, shutting down that round with an effortless finish. Mist is refusing to go away, securing another victory from the ramp. He's definitely starting to look like the favorite we expected. Lancer answers right back with a solid win to move one step closer to the finish. Lancer's consistency is really starting to pay off in the closing stages. What a finish! He closes out the map with a perfect final duel. He really fought through the nerves to get that one. Mist was putting up a fight, but the drive was just there for the victor today. Hard-fought win. Welcome everyone, we've got a great matchup here in the arena between Lancer and Glare. Let's see who takes it. Lancer starts strong by taking control of the high ground early on. Lancer holds a solid lead in their overall head-to-head history. Lancer holds a significant lead in the overall head-to-head record. But this is a tricky spot since Glare actually took their last meeting. I mean, it'll be interesting to see if that confidence carries over as the rounds progress. He's absolutely on fire, taking a commanding 3-0 lead. He's really capitalizing on those higher ratings early on. Just a complete shutout as he extends that lead to 4-0. The gap in their ratings is definitely showing right now. Lancer is just too fast, sweeping through the early stages with a perfect 5-0 start. Glare entered the server with a free game win streak, but that's gone now. Finally, Glare manages to find a way through to get his first point on the board. He's definitely fighting to get back into the mix here. Glare keeps pushing, but Lancer still holds a 5-2 edge. He's showing a lot of the same resolve we saw in their last match. Lancer currently has a win rate of 60% over his last 10 games, and we can see that form translated into this strong start. It looks like he's playing with a lot of stability right now, which might be exactly what Glare needs to overcome. He's really digging in now, refusing to let his opponent pull further away. The underdog is starting to put up a serious fight. Lancer is still firmly in the driver's seat at 7-4. It's a bit of a struggle for the bottom half of the ladder right now. Lancer goes into the break with an 8-4 lead. Honestly, this is exactly what we expected to see. The higher ranked player is simply outperforming his opponent right now. Let's see if Glare wakes up. Lancer is just running away with his 9-4 lead. Lancer is truly asserting himself as the higher ranked player tonight. Lancer is just dominating, pushing the score to 10-4. He's clearly in better shape than he was in their last meeting. Glare is really trying to close that gap, refusing to let the match slide away from him. Lancer is just too sharp today. He's putting himself in a great spot to close this out quickly. Absolutely effortless. He puts himself in a prime position to end this map right now. It's just a complete mismatch today. Unbelievable. Lancer shuts the door with one last perfect shot to wrap this thing up. That was just a textbook performance from top to bottom, leaving absolutely no room for any doubt. Welcome everyone. We're on Dunes for a great matchup between Mist and Glare, with the favorite looking for another strong win. Mist holds a strong head-to-head advantage with 491 wins over Glare. It's a historic rivalry where he's usually the one coming out on top. He will likely rely on that confidence to close the gap early. Glare is dominating here, sitting comfortably on 2. He's really taking control after that tight 1916 victory in their last meeting. Glare's holding a narrow lead at 2-1 right now. The number 16 ranked player is starting to push back. Mist has completely flipped the script, erasing that early deficit to bring us right back to a dead-even game. Glare barely edges ahead, pushing the lead to 3-2. Coming into this as the favorite, he's capitalizing on the start. Both players are locked in a fierce tie. A bit of a struggle today for Mist, coming off those 2 losses. Mist is starting to pull away here, having quickly taken over the lead. The higher ranked player is making his presence felt now. Absolutely untouchable right now. He's just not letting Glare get a single shot off. He's just completely in control, extending his lead to 3 rounds up. A tough afternoon for the favorites so far. Another swift victory here, and now he's completely taken over the map. Glare answers back with a strong exchange to keep the score tight heading into the half. A quick reaction here just as we head toward the break. Mist takes a 7-5 lead into the break. Well, we are definitely seeing an upset brewing here. That 5-round streak really shifted the momentum away from Glare, who just isn't playing up to his expected level today. Let's see how they handle the switch. He's refusing to fade away, showing some real grit with a perfect shot to keep the pressure on. A high-stakes battle that really lives up to the hype. Mist is really starting to lean into his map advantage, winning 52% of his matches here, and it's a significant contrast to Glare's much lower success rate. It looks like that confidence is finally paying off as the underdog starts to pull away. That's another effortless victory for the favorite, moving further ahead to 10-6. Manages to find the opening here, keeping the score at 10-7. He's showing why he's often viewed as the stronger pick in this pair. He's continuing this charge, putting up a real fight to close that gap. The pressure is definitely mounting for him now. Unreal, he somehow survives the trade with a tiny sliver of health to take a 3-round lead. Another clean shot for Mist, putting him on the edge of a victory. The momentum shift has been total for the underdog. A huge stop right there to prevent the immediate finish. A crucial moment to keep his hopes alive. What a fight! Both players traded heavy damage, but Mist scrapes through with just enough health to secure the victory. He just played a perfect game of survival, digging himself out of a hole and refusing to stay down. What a match. Welcome everyone to the Berserk League. We have Lancer and Mist facing off today on orange to see who comes out on top. What a scramble. Lancer manages to claw back and secure the opening round in a total firefight. The underdog draws first blood here. Lancer holds a significant overall lead in their head-to-head history. It's really interesting to see Mist pushing back now, especially since he entered this match as the slight favorite. We'll see if he can turn that confidence into a lead. Things are deadlocked at 2-all between these two. Lancer is clearly feeling good right now, picking up another quick win to stay in the driver's seat. Lancer is dominating the pace with a 4-2 grip. Lancer is clearly the stronger force in this specific rivalry. Absolutely crushing it now. Lancer puts up a wall that Mist simply cannot break. He's really making his overall lead in this series felt. Absolute perfection from the top seed, who now carries a 4-round heater. It's a familiar story seeing Lancer take control of the map. Finally gets a response from Mist, who secures a very clean take. Both these guys are fighting hard after huge days on the server. Lancer is leaning on a strong all-time edge, winning over 53% of their lifetime encounters. So yeah, seeing that dominance continue here just proves how uncomfortable this matchup is for Mist. He'll need a massive shift in momentum to claw back into this. Lancer takes the 8-4 lead into the break. Honestly, we expected Mist to have the advantage on this map, but he's struggling to keep up. We need to see if the side switch helps him recover. Time to shake it off. Lancer just keeps pulling away, leading 9-4. The gap between these two on the ladder is almost non-existent. Lancer is just cruising right now, sitting at 10-4. It looks like a long day for him so far with 25 matches played. He shuts down the rally immediately, putting the pressure right back on his opponent. The gap between them on our rating is practically non-existent. He's just untouchable right now, putting himself a single victory away from the match. Complete reversal of the pre-match projections. Mist manages to keep his hopes alive by securing another point. He needed to find a way to stop that slide. A sharp reflex play gives him another round in the books. Lancer's confidence is definitely shaken right now. Good grief, they both absolutely shredded each other, but he manages to survive with just a sliver of health. He's completely taken over this match, claiming another win from the ramp to keep this streak alive. He's looking completely locked in right now. Unreal. He survives that absolute carnage by a hair to secure the victory. He really leaned on that lifetime experience to shut the door on this one. Just an incredibly solid performance from start to finish. Welcome everyone to Mapas. We have Lancer and Glare facing off today, with Lancer entering as the favorite. Lancer holds a commanding lifelong lead with over 800 round wins in their history. But Glare has clearly found some confidence today by taking this first exchange. Now we just have to see if that early momentum can translate into a real upset. Glare is putting a serious squeeze on Lancer right now. He's really shaking off that previous 5-13 loss. Glare's now sitting pretty with a 2-1 cushion. Lancer usually looks a step ahead in this rivalry. Lancer has completely flipped the script, erasing that early lead in a matter of seconds. The higher rating is starting to play a part here. Glare keeps the lead, pushing a narrow 3-2 advantage. The map-specific stats are actually favoring the man in the lead. Lancer has clawed back to a dead heat. He's definitely looking more like the top 15 player we expected. Both of these players are reacting so incredibly fast. These rounds are just flashing by. Looking a lot more consistent than those last 2 losses. Glare has been struggling lately with a poor 8-12 record over the last day. It's clearly a contrast to how he's playing right now. He's absolutely disregarding the pressure from the top-rated opponent. Absolute chaos on the server. Lancer barely survives that firefight with practically nothing left in the tank. We are all tied up at 5 apiece now. Lancer has definitely looked sharper in their recent meetings. Lancer keeps his foot on the gas, taking a clean 3rd straight to reclaim the lead. He's riding a wave of confidence after a very strong run lately. Lancer takes a 7-5 lead into the break. I mean, this is exactly what we expected to see from the higher ranked player. He really sees control of the half with that 4-game run. Switching sides, let's get back to it. Lancer barely holds a single game's cushion now. A huge contrast from his previous meeting with Lancer. Total deadlock as Glare pulls this back to 7-0. The lower ranked side is refusing to back down. He's just unstoppable right now, putting together a 3-round surge to retake the lead. His recent matches weren't hinting at a performance this dominant. The momentum shift is absolute. He has completely taken over the server with another pristine victory. It's a far cry from that 13-5 result in their last meeting. Unbelievable. He just keeps stacking these rounds up, putting a huge gap between himself and the competition. It is becoming a nightmare for the favored side. He just needed to get back in this, and he's finally found a way to answer back. Lancer just needs to put it all together for a final push. Lancer's response was short-lived. Glare is really putting the pressure on now. He is really capitalizing on that map advantage right now. Total shutdown of the round, leaving Glare needing only a single win to secure the victory. What a finish. Glare claws back through the damage to scrape by with almost nothing left, securing the win. He really stepped up when it mattered and proved he could hang with the top seed today. Tough loss for Lancer. Welcome to Italy. We have Mist and Glare facing off in a close match to see who comes out on top. Mist holds a narrow edge in their total head-to-head history with 492 total round wins. And considering he just took their most recent series, he's definitely leaning into that psychological advantage. We'll see if Glare can adjust his approach quickly. An absolute blur of a round, and he's now cruising to a 3-round lead. It's a tough start for the pre-match favorite. He's just completely untouchable right now, moving his score to a perfect 4. Glare finally gets a round on the board. He's normally a high probability favorite in this particular rivalry. He's refusing to go away, shutting that door quickly to keep this match within reach. He is putting on a clinic, continuing his charge back into this game. Mist puts an end to that momentum shift and regains a 2-round cushion. Mist currently sits 10 spots higher on the ladder than his opponent. And it looks like that rating gap is starting to manifest in the actual gameplay. Glare is having a real struggle to find any footing here. He's just on fire right now, securing another fast one to push the lead to 8-3. Mist takes a huge 9-3 lead into the break. I mean, we really expected the opposite here. Glare is struggling to keep up while the underdog completely takes over the server. Time to see if Glare bounces back. Mist is just dominating now, leading by 7. It's a huge contrast from the 13-8 result Glare had earlier today. He's just cutting through every single encounter, not leaving Glare a second to even think. Glare is showing a lot of grit here, fighting back to keep himself in this game. Glare is putting up a fight here, putting together a couple of quick wins to chip away at that lead. He's not letting up, keeping this heat streak alive to push deeper into the gap. That was a clean shot, and now Mist is just a single round away from victory. Absolutely stellar finish. Mist secures the final exchange to close it out. He just kept the pressure on throughout the whole set, really capitalizing on those early mistakes. A super clean performance from Mist. Welcome everyone. Lancer and Mist are heading to red line for this match, with the slight favorite Mist looking for a win. Lancer holds a significant overall edge in their head-to-head history with 816 wins. He's carrying that confidence into this one after beating Mist in their most recent encounter as well. It'll be interesting to see if Mist can reverse that trend here. Lancer's on a roll with a 2-1 lead. He's definitely looking a bit sharper than he did in their last set. Lancer is really putting the pressure on early, barely giving Mist any room to breathe. A tight race for the middle of the pack today. Lancer is just one step ahead in a free 2-nail biter. The two of them are nearly identical in the record books on this map. Mist is really picking up the pace here, catching Lancer completely off guard on the ramp. He really is in fine form today with a 25 and 22 record. Lancer maintains a narrow lead at 4-3 right now. A quick rebound for him after a tough series against Glare. What a fight. Lancer barely scrapes through that exchange to claim a second straight. He's certainly playing like the top half competitor he is. Lancer just barely keeps a 5-4 grip on this. That's a good looking rhythm for the favorite right now. Lancer is putting together a solid session with a 20-0-16 record over the last day. It looks like that momentum is translating directly into this map's current flow. Mist will need to find an answer quickly before this gets out of reach. Lancer takes a 7-5 lead into the break. Well, it's proving to be a tough matchup despite the pre-match lean toward the Mist. He's leaning on that strong head-to-head history to keep this tight. Time to switch sides. Mist is showing some real grit here, digging deep to keep this contest alive. He's really refusing to let this match slip away. Lancer stretches his lead to 8-6 with that one. It's a mirror image of their rating spread on the ladder. Lancer is just shutting down every approach, easily cleaning things up from the ramp. The gap between these two on the ladder is virtually non-existent. Lancer puts on a display of pure precision, taking over the series with 3 straight. The rating difference between these two is essentially negligible. Mist takes control of the ramp to put a stop to that slide. He's still fighting to close the gap on that lifetime score. Another effortless shot from Mist, who is steadily chipping away at this deficit. The momentum is shifting back toward the challenger. What a turnaround! The momentum has completely flipped as he bags another one to stay within striking distance. Things are looking a lot more balanced now. Lancer edges out the fight for control of the ramp to pull ahead again. A critical stand for the number 14 seed here. A desperate exchange ends with Lancer coming out on top, putting him just a single round away from victory. He's showing incredible heart, keeping himself in the game as the tension reaches a boiling point. Comeback continues as he claims another battle on the ramp, keeping the hope alive. He's found a sudden burst of confidence to tie it up. Unbelievable. Lancer closes it all out, securing the victory with a clutch shot off the ramp. Mist just barely missed it, but he really pushed that one to the absolute limit. He's going to be feeling that one tough loss for Mist. Welcome to Berserk League Duels. Lancer and Glare are taking over fast aim to see who comes out on top. Lancer currently holds a substantial 822 to 646 lead in their head-to-head history. It's interesting to see Glare taking the early lead here, especially since he already managed to win their most recent clash. Now we see if he can actually maintain that momentum. Glare just completely takes over, picking Lancer off the window to keep this roll going. Quite a shift from where we expected this to go. Lancer answers back instantly, taking down his opponent without breaking a sweat. Lancer is showing a lot of heart, digging back in to narrow this gap. The favorite is finally starting to assert himself in this series. Unbelievable. He secures the kill from the ramp to even this series up at 3-3. Glare manages to pick him off the ramp, taking back a slim lead. Both of these guys have a nearly identical win percentage on this map. That was an effortless duel to pull the map level, bringing us to a dead heat. It's a complete toss-up as we head into the next one. He's just not letting up, erasing that early deficit and moving into the lead. He's playing exactly like the top seed we expected. We're back to a stalemate with Lancer and Glare tied. Lancer secures the kill from the ramp, continuing his impressive climb back into this match. Lancer takes a 7-5 lead into the break. You know, this is exactly where we expect it to be based on their ratings. Both players have traded streaks, but the higher seed is controlling the pace. Time to see who blinks first. What a scramble. He barely clings to life with just 15 health to secure a gritty victory. A huge boost of confidence for him after that narrow escape. Lancer keeps the pressure on, extending his lead to 9. He is just completely outclassing his opponent right now. Lancer has a solid 2016 record over the last day. Well, he's certainly in the better flow right now compared to Glare. It will be a real test to see if he can push through this final stretch and close things out. Lancer is looking unstoppable now, barely taking any damage as he secures another round. Just a complete shutdown of that momentum swing. Glare is showing some real grit here, getting a clean win to keep the pressure mounting. He's starting to fight back into the series now. Glare just shuts the door on that run by catching him from the window. He's clearly not intimidated by the higher seed. A sharp turn of events as he claws his way back. Lancer gets a fast response here to put the pressure back on Glare. He's really leaning into that top seed status now. He's firmly back in control, putting himself just a single round away from victory. Hard to shake off the pressure now. Lancer closes it out with a clean finish to secure the series victory. He really managed to reclaim his ground here. Glare put up a fight, but he just couldn't stop that final push. Welcome to the arena. We have Mist taking on Glare today with the favorite looking to secure a victory. Mist holds a slight overall lead with 493 wins in their history. It's interesting because he's coming in after a pretty tough series of losses today. We have to see if he can find that same edge here. What a fight. He barely scrapes through that exchange to pull the score to 1-2. We're all squared up now as they head back. It's a tough spot for the favorite to be in right now. He's just completely shifted the tide, taking control with 3 straight rounds. He is simply on another level right now, adding a 4th straight victory to his tally. Glare puts a stop to the momentum and takes a round for himself. Something about his style really works against Mist. Mist looks back at the ladder where he's comfortably ranked in the top 20. That gap in rating is starting to feel very real in this set. It will be interesting to see if Glare can close that distance before the halfway point. Mist is pulling away now, leading by a 2-round margin. The higher rated man is certainly making his presence felt here. We are back to a 1-round difference as we approach the half. Just a huge contrast to how their last encounter ended. Mist holds a 7-5 lead going into the break. I mean, it is a total flip of the script given the pre-match odds. We're seeing a genuine upset brewing if Glare can wake up on the other side. Fresh start for Glare right here. Glare answers back, putting him just 1 behind Mist. That's a strong response from the underranked side. Mist regains a bit of breathing room, now up 8-6. He looks much more comfortable here than he did against Lancer. These two are trading rounds back and forth now. It's getting incredibly tight. He's desperately trying to avoid a repeat of that dominant 13-6 loss. Mist extends that cushion to 9-7 with another clean round. Mist keeps pushing his advantage to a 10-7 lead. A distinct contrast from his usual 25-22 pace today. Absolutely effortless, he's just completely taken over this series. He is really making that rank gap evident tonight. That was a brutal scramble, but Glare walks away from the scrap. He really needs to string a few together to challenge for this. A lightning fast reaction puts him in a commanding position to wrap this up. A completely decisive way to reclaim control. A quick stop for the trailing player, keeping his hopes alive for now. He's refusing to go quietly, shutting down that attempt to close things out with a perfectly timed shot. Absolutely incredible speed from Glare to keep this match alive, scoring another flawless victory. Unbelievable. Glare has completely leveled the playing field, forcing this match into overtime. Sudden shift in power as Mist secures a huge advantage in this overtime battle. A much needed stop for the top seeded player here. A gutsy response from Glare to bring this deadlocked at 13-all. He's proving exactly why the analysts liked his chances going in. Neither of these two is giving an inch tonight. This is basically a coin flip at this point. He is showing an incredible will to stay in this, clawing back to lock the score at 14-14. Pure chaos now as both sides refuse to blink. An absolute shutout as Glare puts himself in a position to end it right here. What a finish. Glare closes out the server with a perfect shot to secure the win. He just clawed his way back from the brink to take it down. A gutsy performance to finally get the better of Mist today. What a fight. Welcome everyone to Berserk League Duels. We have Lancer and Mist facing off today on Orange. Lancer holds a narrow lead in their head-to-head history with 817 total round wins. He's also coming off a fresh victory against Mist in their most recent set. It'll be interesting to see if he can ride that wave through a second match. Unreal. Lancer clawed back from the edge of defeat to take the round. Mist is really struggling to keep pace with Lancer. He's certainly playing like a man in the top 15. Lancer still controls the pace with a free 2-edge. The matchup stays tightly contested as both are deep in the upper half of the ladder. Lancer is really putting the pressure on here, making it a 2-round gap as we head toward the break. Lancer has been outperforming the odds today, specifically showing off a strong 70% win rate in his last 10 matches. It's clear he's carrying that momentum into this specific duel. Mist needs to find a way to break this streak before he falls too far behind. What a fight. Lancer barely walks away from that one alive. That was an absolute nail-biter for the finish. Lancer is just cruising now, firmly ahead at 7-3. Lancer is certainly making the most of his top 15 rank. Mist is falling behind with a 7-4 deficit. That was a lightning fast response to take the round. Lancer takes a substantial 8-4 lead into the break. It's a much more one-sided start than anyone expected, given how close they usually play. Now we see if Mist can adjust his approach on the other side. Mist has some ground to make up. Lancer just keeps piling on, extending it to 9-4. He's really cleaning up with these quick strikes. Mist manages a fight back, cutting the gap to 9-5. He's got to put that effort into a real run now. Lancer is really putting a stranglehold on this match, making it a 5-round gap. Lancer is looking completely untouchable right now, putting Mist in a very deep hole. He's certainly making a strong case for that 13th spot today. Lancer is simply on a tear right now, staring down a potential series victory. A quick reflex play from Mist to hold the momentum. He finally finds some breathing room. Boom, he closes the door on this series with a final sharp burst. Dominant showing from the top seed, who looked completely in control from the jump. He's really cementing his place in the top 15 today. Welcome everyone, we're on Italy today as Lancer takes on Glare to see who comes out on top. Lancer is really leaning on a strong history here, holding a 56% win rate in their overall head-to-head. It's a significant gap that usually gives him the upper hand. So the real question is whether Glare can disrupt that pattern today. Glare has the edge now, leading 2-1. Glare seems determined to avenge that recent 9-13 loss. Absolutely chaotic exchange. Lancer barely keeps his head above water, surviving with just a sliver of health to level the score. Glare strikes back to take a narrow 3-2 lead. The number 26 on the ladder is fighting back. And just like that, Lancer brings it back to a dead heat. He's definitely bringing that recent hot streak into this match. Lancer has all the momentum now, looking very sharp as he pushes for a third straight win. He's playing like a man on a mission right now. We are completely locked in at 4 apiece. Both players have really found their footing in this series. Lancer clinches the lead, moving ahead 5-4. He's definitely proving why he's the higher rated player tonight. Lancer has really capitalized on his recent form, coming into this set with a 21-16 record over the last day. That surge in confidence is clearly paying off. It looks like he has his number today. Lancer holds a commanding 8-4 lead as we head into the break. I mean, everything is playing out just as we expected. That 4-round surge really separated the two of them. Time for a fresh start. Lancer continues to run away with this, moving to 8-5. A fast response there to keep this game within reach. He's keeping the pressure on with another quick kill, showing real grit as he claws back into this game. Lancer secures that one from the wine, putting a lot of pressure on Glare now. The higher seed is firmly in control of this series. Lancer pulls even further ahead, now sitting at 10-6. He's putting a real grip on the map right now. He's on a tear now, walking away from that encounter without taking a single point of damage. Glare finds his target quickly to stop the run, keeping the game alive. A quick glimpse of a possible comeback from the underdog. He's back in control and now just a single round away from victory. Lancer looks completely comfortable at this level of play. Unbelievable, Lancer finishes the job with a lightning fast shot to close it all out. Lancer's been absolutely on fire today, adding another victory to a fantastic run of form for the higher seed. Welcome everyone. We're on Dunes for this duel between Mist and Glare. Let's see if the favorite can hold their ground. Mist holds a narrow lead in their overall head-to-head rivalry with a total of 493 wins. It's a tight race and Glare is really leaning into that confidence after taking their last encounter. We'll see if Mist can force a change in momentum here. Glare has the edge now with a 2-1 lead. Mist is really fighting through a tough stretch right now. The pace of this match is blistering. Glare is really putting the pressure on with these lightning fast rounds. Glare is just dominating, leading a massive 4-1. Mist is having a rough run after 3 straight losses today. A lightning fast reaction there, and he manages to claw back another round. Mist has a stronger track record on this specific map with a 52% win rate. I mean, he's clearly the more experienced hand here, yet he's looking completely adrift in this particular series. It'll be interesting to see if that historical edge finally kicks in. Glare is just cruising along with a 6-3 cushion. He's definitely taking advantage of being in a strong spot today. Glare is really putting on a clinic here, making it look effortless as he pushes his lead further. The momentum shift is complete and he's now comfortably in the driver's seat. We've got a 9-3 lead for Glare heading into the break. I mean, this is exactly how the analysts expected things to go today. Glare is simply outclassing him right now. Time for a total reset. Glare is just out of reach at 9-4. A bit of a confidence boost after a rough run of form today. Mist is still digging a deep hole at 5-9. He's certainly making a case for that higher rank today. Glare is really keeping his foot on the gas here, refusing to let Mist get any real traction. Glare stays commanding with a 10-6 advantage. It's a strong look for the higher rated man on the ladder. Mist is still trailing by 3, hanging in at 7-10. The lower ranked player is starting to show a lot of grit. He's really refusing to let Mist build any real momentum after those 2 quick rounds. Mist is putting up a real fight here, refusing to just let this series slip away. The rating gap isn't playing a role in this fight. Absolutely untouchable in that exchange, moving within a single round of closing this out. He manages to hold his ground, forcing the set to continue. He's definitely showing that he can hang with the league's elite today. He's just not going away. That's another one for the underdog, bringing the score to 10-12. The pressure is mounting on the favorite. What a surge, that's 3 straight for Mist, and he's absolutely on fire right now. Unbelievable turnaround. He's tied this series up and forces a sudden death overtime. Glare answers back immediately with a perfect round to take the lead. He's finally showing why he's the stronger favorite today. Glare is really starting to put a grip on this overtime session. Absolute control from Glare as he surges ahead, putting himself just 1 round away from victory. Huge response here, keeping the hope alive by shutting down that potential series ender. The momentum is shifting back in this overtime battle. Another fast reaction from Mist, proving he just won't fold under this immense pressure. a pair of lightning fast kills to force the issue. He is simply on another level right now, securing a perfect kill to bring us dead even. Mist just clawed ahead, holding a slim 1-round lead. Absolute deadlock now as they finally hit 16-0. Mist has seized control, sitting 1 up now. Mist is pulling away with a 2-round buffer. The favorite is really feeling the weight of this comeback. Mist is clinging to an 18-17 lead right now. The momentum just swung back to the other side. Mist just widens the gap to 19-17. He just refused to go down, pulling off a legendary recovery to take the series. That's a massive result for his confidence. What a fight. Welcome to Berserk League duels. Lancer and Mist are stepping on to Meppas to see who comes out on top today. Lancer owns the head-to-head history with a 53% win rate over Mist. He also completely shut him down in the last meeting. We have to see if Mist can use this early lead to break that pattern. Mist is absolutely dominating this opening stretch. He's keeping his composure after that high-stress clash with Claire earlier. Mist holds a slim edge with a 2-1 lead. He's coming in with plenty of confidence after a decent 21 and 15 run today. Lancer claws it back and we're all square. The momentum has completely shifted as Lancer takes command with 3 straight wins. Pure dominance from the challenger as he extends his lead to 4 straight. The higher seed is putting the pressure on right now. A quick answer from Mist to hold that slide. He's fighting for a better result than that recent 6-13 loss. Lancer has been on an incredible run, winning 70% of his last 10 matches. And that hot streak is carrying him right through this series. I mean, he's looking like the much sharper player today. Let's see if Mist can find a way to slow him down. Another flawless exchange for Lancer, and he's officially taken over this match. Lancer is just unstoppable right now, moving further ahead with a 4th consecutive win. It's starting to look like a repeat of their origin. He's just daring through this set, bringing a massive lead into the break. He's putting on a clinic with these quick exchanges. Lancer holds a commanding 10-3 lead. Well, this looked like a toss-up on paper, but he's completely run away with it. Mist has a huge mountain to climb if he wants to get back into this. Time for the switch. Mist finally answers back, though Lancer still leads 10-4. He has stayed fairly consistent throughout his 24 and 23 record today. Mist picks up another, but Lancer's still way ahead. The rating gap between these two is minimal. He is on fire right now, making it a hat trick of rounds 1. He's really digging in to close that narrow rating gap. A truly stunning turn of events. He's now claimed 4 straight rounds and looks completely in control. He is really fighting to shake off that loss from their Orange series. Absolute chaos in that exchange. Lancer was on a razor's edge for that one. The gap is narrowing. Mist is proving that he can trade blows with Lancer and keep the score close. A solid effort from the number 17 seed here. A total shutout here. He's showing some real grit as the comeback continues. It's a high pressure moment for the higher seed. He's just refusing to back down, closing in on the lead with 3 straight wins. Lancer definitely wasn't expecting this kind of resistance today. A crisp response from Lancer to put himself in a position to close this out right now. What an insane finish. He barely survives that absolute slugfest to secure the win. What a finish. Lancer shuts the door on this series to take home the victory. He really had to dig deep there, but he just couldn't let that comeback momentum fully take over. He had to work for that. Welcome to Fast Aim. Lancer enters this match as the favorite, but Glare is ready to fight for the win. Lancer holds a strong head-to-head advantage, winning over 56% of their past meetings. It's clear the confidence is carrying over from their recent victory on Italy. Now it's up to Glare to prove that those stats can be ignored. Glare really capitalized on that wall position to even things up quickly. He really needs to shake off those recent losses. Glare's now leading 2-1 after a dominant start. His rank is lower on the ladder, but the confidence is there. Absolute chaos. Lancer barely edges him out in a wild brawl to even the score. Both players are looking very comfortable out here. Lancer pushes ahead again, taking a narrow 3-2 lead. Lancer is riding a high of 5 straight wins right now. We are back to a dead heat at 3 apiece. Despite that ranking gap, Glare is proving he can hang. Lancer had the faster reaction there, picking Glare right off the ramp to pull away. Lancer is in an incredible run right now with a 22-15 record today. It's essentially the same energy he's been bringing to every matchup, whereas Glare looks a bit more hesitant. This momentum could easily turn into a rout. Lancer is firmly in control with a 6-4 cushion. The gap in their ladder rankings is starting to tell. Lancer is really starting to stack up the rounds here as he pushes for a double-digit lead. He looks completely out of sorts compared to how he played against Mist. Lancer heads into the break with a strong 8-4 cushion. He's playing exactly like the favorite we expected. That 3-round streak really sealed the deal for him in this half. Time for Glare to push back. Lancer keeps the pressure on, extending it to 8-5. That one took a bit longer to settle. Glare is putting up a fight, securing another win to keep the pressure on. That was an incredibly fast exchange to wrap up the round. Lancer's now sitting pretty with a 3-round cushion. His target is clear after that last 13-7 victory today. Lancer is really starting to put the squeeze on his opponent, claiming another one from the ramp. Lancer surges again, now holding a comfortable 10-7 lead. Glare keeps the momentum swinging his way, securing the kill from the ramp. He's certainly not playing like the lower rated player right now. Glare is on fire, winning his third straight to bring this game right back into contention. Lancer's status as the favorite is barely making a difference now. Lancer manages to shut down that run, picking up a quick win to get back in front. A sharp response from Lancer to regain control and put himself 1 round away from victory. He refuses to go down easy, showing some serious grit to stay in this match. The underdog is fighting for his life now. What a response! He keeps the dream alive by forcing another round. This is a huge shift from how the match started. What a way to close it out. Lancer shuts the door and claims the victory. He really pushed the pace there, but Lancer managed to hold his ground and secure the series. That was an absolute war. He had to work for that. Welcome everyone to Orange. We've got Mist taking on Glare in a match that looks to be very closely contested. Mist holds a narrow lead in their head-to-head history after winning nearly half of their 900 encounters. And since he's already coming off a victory against Glare in their most recent meeting, the momentum is definitely on his side. We just need to see if Glare can actually mount a response here. What a scrap! That was an absolute war of attrition where both players nearly went down together. Deadlock. Both Mist and Glare are sitting on 2. He's fighting hard to flip the script after that loss on Dunes. Unreal. Glare barely escapes with his life there, securing a 3rd straight win in a total shootout. Mist manages to edge out the exchange to level things up at 3-3. The higher rated player is starting to make his mark here. Mist claws back into the driver's seat at 4-3. Glare is definitely feeling the pressure of his current cold streak. He's just completely taking over the map, walking away from this exchange without a scratch. The betting odds usually favor the opposite result here. That was an incredibly fast reaction, and he closes the gap to just 1 round. Glare is really struggling to find some traction today, currently sitting at a 10-17 record over the last 24 hours. That contrast in confidence is starting to show as Mist pushes further ahead. It'll be interesting to see if Glare can actually shake this slump. Mist takes a 7-5 lead into the intermission. I mean, he's completely defying the expectations here. The underdog is outplaying the favorite, and if he keeps this pace, we're looking at a major upset. Time for a clean slate. Mist is really running away with this 8-5 lead. The lower ranked player is really struggling to keep up here. Glare is showing some real grit, putting an end to that run and closing the gap. He looks far more composed now that the tide is turning. Mist extends his cushion to a 9-6 advantage. Both players have been fighting through some tough losses today. Mist is dominating, firmly in control at 10-6. Really leaning into that confidence from their last encounter. Glare is showing some real tenacity, refusing to let Mist close this out quickly. He's currently fighting through a tough patch today. Mist is really putting a grip on this series, just comfortably ahead as we move toward the finish line. Absolutely wild. He barely walks away from that chaos with a sliver of health left. A real nail-biter, surviving with just 21 health. That was an effortless finish, putting Mist just 1 victory away from the win. A familiar sight for him, mirroring the way he closed out their previous clash. Absolute chaos for the final point, but he claws out of the wreckage to secure the victory. He's really continuing that dominance over his rival, taking another win and keeping that head-to-head lead firmly in his pocket. Welcome everyone. Lancer and Mist are stepping onto Italy today to see who comes out on top. Lancer has historically dominated this rivalry, holding a 53% win rate over Mist. But today he's playing against a version of Mist who is coming off a decent day in the league. It will be interesting to see if that individual confidence offsets the head-to-head gap. Mist shuts him down off the wine, extending the lead to 3. He's certainly putting that recent win against Glare to good use. Lancer answers back with a rapid response, refusing to let the lead spiral further. He's definitely showing why he holds the higher rank today. He's refusing to back down, keeping the pressure on to close the gap. A quick shifting energy from the early lead. What a turnaround! We are completely deadlocked at 3-all. Mist has definitely seen better days in this rivalry. Mist takes control again, reclaiming a 1-round advantage. Lancer is coming in quite hot with that 23-13 record today. And there it is, a dead heat. He's clawing back into this match with real grit. Tough scrap here, but Lancer survives the exchange to take the lead. Mist is fighting an uphill battle considering Lancer is the higher rated player. He's simply outclassing his opponent right now, taking a 3rd straight victory without absorbing any damage. He is just completely in control, securing another flawless round to extend this run. A tough spot for the underdog to shake off. Lancer holds a 7-5 advantage going into the break. Honestly, this is exactly what you'd expect from 2 high-tier players. We've seen some heavy momentum shifts, but neither man is letting the other run away with this. New sides, fresh start. He's continuing to put up a fierce fight, taking another round without taking any damage. The higher ranked player is starting to separate himself here. Mist manages to pull that off, knocking him down from the wine and showing a lot of heart. A quick exchange, but the outcome definitely swings the momentum. A sharp reaction there to reclaim the lead as he continues to push back. Another effortless exchange for Mist, who simply refuses to let his opponent run away with this. He's staying aggressive from the wine, keeping this comeback alive with a sudden shot. He's completely flipped the script, tying the series up at 9-9 with an incredible 3rd straight win. Lancer shuts him down from the wine, reclaiming the lead and continuing this impressive climb. An absolute nail beater, and he manages to dig deep to bring things level. A lightning fast reaction to hold that momentum and push his lead to 11. An incredibly desperate exchange that ends with him barely standing, completely evening things up at 11-all. Pure chaos as both of them refuse to budge. A swift, precise click, and he's now just 1 round away from victory. Lancer remains cool under pressure to force a deadlock. We are headed to overtime. Both of these players are refusing to give an inch tonight. Unbelievable, he just shuts everything down with a lightning fast strike to secure the victory. Total shutdown by the underpowered side to finally close the show. Perfectly clean sequence for the survivor, continuing his surge in this overtime clash. The pressure is mounting for the higher rated side. What a surge from Mist, taking a 3rd straight to put himself on the edge of victory. He is simply not missing a shot right now. Absolute perfection from Mist to close it out. He secures the map with a breathtaking finish. Unbelievable way to wrap things up in overtime. He really dug deep to finally get the better of his rival today. What a fight! Welcome to Red Line. We've got Lancer and Glare stepping up for this duel, with Lancer entering as the favorite today. Absolute chaos to start the match, and Lancer barely walks away from that fight with his life. Lancer is playing the distance perfectly, using that ramp to keep Glare on the defensive. The head-to-head, history favors that side of the bracket heavily. A complete shutout. He's simply too fast for Glare right now. Lancer is just untouchable right now, strolling to a 4-0 lead. The higher rating is definitely showing in this opener. He is just completely in control of this map right now. The gap in their ratings is staring us right in the face. Glare finally finds his mark and picks him off the ramp. His head-to-head track record clearly gives him the edge. Lancer has an 80% win rate over his last 10 games, proving that his recent form is essentially peaking. He's simply playing a higher caliber of game than Glare right now. It'll be a long climb back for the underdog from here. Lancer holds a commanding 6-3 lead here. A surprising turn of events for the ranked 28 player. Lancer is playing a very tight game, shutting down that little surge from Glare with a clean win from the ramp. The overall head-to-head history is clearly weighing on Glare. What an absolute scrap. Glare barely survives that exchange to take the lead back into the break. A very narrow escape there to close out the half. Lancer takes an 8-4 lead into the break. I mean, he's just showing why he's the higher ranked player here. That 5-round streak gave him a lot of momentum to carry into the second half. Time for Glare to dig deep. Glare has a 20% win rate over his last 10 games, which makes this comeback attempt an uphill battle. And honestly, we've seen him struggle in a lot of his matches today. He has to find some real consistency if he wants to close this gap. Lancer manages to track Glare right off the ramp, and he's really starting to pull away here. The gap between them is really starting to feel like a canyon. Lancer quickly shuts down that attempt by catching Glare right off the ramp. He's mirroring that victory we saw from their previous encounter today. Unbelievable. He almost collapsed in that firefight, but somehow comes out on top to reach match point. Lancer simply refused to go down in that exchange. Game over. Lancer seals it with a perfect finish to take the victory. He really lived up to the billing today, making that look like a walk in the park. Welcome everyone, we are live on Mapas as Mr. takes on Glare in today's 1v1 showdown. Glare looks far more comfortable on this layout given that 54% map win rate. It's a sharp contrast to his recent form where he has struggled to close out matches. Mist needs to remember he's historically been the stronger player in this pairing. That's a strong start for him. Taking a heavy blow but still coming out on top for the third straight. A complete reversal from their last meeting on Orange. A perfect response from Mist, securing a tidy win to get back on the board. It's a good look for the favorite to start shaking things up. Glare is just cruising with a commanding 4-1 lead. He's really turning things around after that brutal 5-game losing skid. Glare is absolutely dominating now, pushing his lead to 5-1. He's playing with a lot of confidence despite that rating gap. Mist's current 25-23 record today shows he's really finding his stride. You know that consistency is a huge contrast to Glare's recent struggles. It will be interesting to see if that momentum can help him close this gap. Glare still holds a firm grip at 6-3. Mist certainly looks to be in better shape than his opponent lately. Unreal. Glare just narrowly survives a fierce straight to pick him off the ramp. He really had to sweat it out to get that round. Glare is still in the driver's seat at 7-4. The higher rated side is finally trying to claw back into this. We head into the break with Glare leading 7-5. I mean, everything is playing out as we anticipated. Glare has used his map advantage to build a decent cushion, but he'll need a clean second half to seal this. Time to see if Mist can pivot. Glare maintains an 8-5 cushion heading into this round. He's managing to hold his own against a top 20 opponent. Glare is just relentless, pulling ahead to 9-5. It's a stark shift from how he's been playing in his other games today. These two are just trading blows back and forth. Now we're seeing a very high intensity pace this afternoon. He's putting up a fight, continuing this run to get closer in the score. It looks like the pre-match favorites finally waking up. He is simply refusing to stop, shutting the door on his opponent with a lightning fast read. What a scramble! Both players were nearly depleted, but he manages to scrape by with the final kill. Glare is really putting the pressure on now. He's managed to shut down Mist's little comeback attempt. An impressive display from the lower ranked player today. Shuts down the red flank to put himself just one round away from victory. That's far from the form we saw in his previous games today. He closes it out with a final decisive burst to take the series. He really puts an end to that cold streak he's been on today. A massive result for the lower rated player. Welcome everyone to Fast Aim Lancer and Mist face-off today to see who can claim victory first. Lancer has a strong historical lead with a 53% win rate against his opponent. He's really looking to maintain that edge today after a rough outing in their previous meeting. We'll see if he can put that confidence into a fast lead. Chaotic clash of positions, both of them fighting for space on that ramp, but Lancer manages to come out on top. We're all squared up as Mist forces a deadlock. Both of these guys have put in some huge hours today. Mist holds the lead by a single round now. Lancer needs to find some answers after that tough loss earlier today. What a fight! He barely keeps his head above water to take the round. Lancer is certainly looking to bounce back from that 12-16 loss earlier today. Mist keeps his narrow grip on this series. He's definitely feeling the confidence from that recent win in Italy. Mist has been incredibly consistent with his map performance today. It's interesting to see that trend continue since he's the one with the historical advantage on this specific layout. He seems determined to make this a streak. A huge shift in energy as Mist takes another round from the ramp, extending his streak to 4. Lancer secures a key round from the ramp, ending that brutal run before we head into the break. He's been putting up numbers today with those 24 wins across the board. It's 7-5 in favor of Mist. Well, he's putting that map advantage to good use and playing the role of the aggressor. Lancer is hanging in there, but he'll need to tighten up for the second half. Time to see if Lancer adjusts. Mist is pulling away with an 8-5 cushion. He's really shaking off that rough 8-13 result against Glare. Total shutdown of the opponent, proving he's not backing down even with a deficit. The pressure is definitely mounting for Lancer to close the gap. Lancer is simply refusing to quit, cutting through his opponent in a fraction of a second. He's simply unstoppable right now, completing a fierce run to erase that early deficit. He's certainly playing his best game of the session right now. Unreal! He's now taken 4 straight to seize the lead, completing an incredible comeback from the early deficit. Mist answers right back, knocking his opponent off the ramp to tie things up at 9-9. He quickly catches Mist on the ramp to reclaim a slim 1-round advantage. His consistency today is a huge contrast to that narrow failure against Glare. Mist just shuts that down instantly, catching Lancer as he tried to hold the ramp. What an absolute nail-biter. Lancer barely survives with a sliver of health to push his lead to 11. He is walking on a razor's edge right now. We are back to a dead heat. Everything boils down to who can hit their mark first from here. A surprisingly long exchange, but Mist manages to secure the lead at 12. The higher rated player is truly making his presence felt tonight. What a response. Lancer just cleared him off the ramp to force this into overtime. Tensions are at an absolute peak for these two. Lancer is showing incredible grit, shutting Mist down on the ramp to take a 13-12 lead. Lancer is proving he can handle the heat despite being outranked on the ladder. He is just on fire, securing another win to keep this momentum surging. His recent forms are completely clashing right now. Simply overwhelming, Lancer cruises to a huge lead and puts himself one step away from the win. What a scramble. Mist manages to claw out a victory by a hair, showing some serious heart here. He's refusing to let the series slip away completely. Absolutely sensational. Lancer pulls off the impossible, storming back to seal the series. He just couldn't let the pressure get to him in overtime, proving why he's the one with the edge in this rivalry. He really earned that one. What a fight. Welcome to the Dunes. We've got Lancer taking on Glare in a match where the favorite looks strong today. Lancer enters this series with a commanding lead in their head-to-head history. It's a dynamic that clearly favors him, especially after he just closed out their last meeting in a dominant fashion. I wonder if Glare can shake that mental weight early on. Glare is really heating up with a 2-1 lead. Lancer is currently leaning on that top half rating to steady things. An absolute blur of a round, and he's just taken total control of the momentum. That was a fast exchange, and he manages to bring the score within 1. Lancer fights back to make it a dead heat. Lancer's higher seed really gives him a distinct edge here. Lancer is on fire now, cleaning up another round to take a narrow lead. Glare really needs to find a way to counter this pace. He's just untouchable right now, putting up 4 straight to pull further ahead. He's reflecting that strong form from earlier today. What a nail biter! He barely escapes that chaos to keep his streak alive. That 12th seat on the ladder is making this look easy. He is absolutely rolling now, stacking up 6 straight to blow the doors open. Just can't be stopped, extending that massive run to 7 straight before the side swap. Lancer heads into the break with an 8-4 lead. I mean, he's simply playing to his potential right now. He's keeping a tight grip on this series and seems very comfortable on the dunes. Let's see if Glare can push back. unreal. Both players were shredded in that exchange, but Glare survives the carnage by a hair. The underdog is starting to find some gaps in the defense. Lancer has been showing a lot of confidence today, coming off a 25-11 record in his last few matches. That high level of consistency is exactly why he was the favorite going into this. It feels like he's simply outclassing Glare in the mid-game. Lancer quickly shuts down any hopes of a comeback, putting himself just 2 rounds away from victory. He keeps the pressure high with another victory, moving 1 step closer to finishing this series. And that's it. He closes out the series with a stunning display of skill. He really owned the map today, just completely outclassing his opponent in every single experience. Welcome everyone, we've got Mist and Glare facing off on Orange today to see who comes out on top. Mist currently holds a slim lifetime lead of 495 wins over Glare, and considering they've played nearly 1,000 matches together, that history really defines this rivalry. Now we have to see if Mist can turn this narrow edge into a real advantage today. He just can't find a way through that defense, and now we're looking at a complete shutout. A fast reaction there to bring the total back to 3-1. The underdog is finally starting to push back. He's putting on a strong show, securing another round to tighten this gap. He is looking much more confident than the pre-match odds suggested. Incredible. He's wiped the slate clean to tie this series up at 3-3. The momentum has completely flipped from where we started. It's just too fast right now, taking full control of the server. It's a tough spot for the favorite to be in right now. The search continues as he completely shuts down any hope of a recovery. This looks vastly different from how the analysts saw this match. Mist responds with a clean kill to bring the score to 4-5. It's a welcome reversal after that tough loss earlier today. Absolute chaos. Both players were shredding each other, but he just barely clings to a lead at 5-5. Absolute nails on that close call. What a fight! He barely survives a slogfest to keep his lead heading into the break. We're all squared up at 6-6. Well, Glare was supposed to have a much easier path today. Mist is proving he belongs in this match and refuses to back down. Time to see who blinks first. Mist strikes back to take a narrow 7-6 lead. The number 18 ranked player is starting to assert his authority. Glare refuses to let the lead slip away, evening the series at 7-7. This match is living up to the hype of their long-standing feud. Glare continues to dig deep, claiming his second straight point to move ahead. The pressure is really mounting on the higher-seeded player right now. What a scramble. Has scraped through a brutal exchange to lock this back up at 8-8.
Both players are fighting for every inch of ground right now.
He refuses to buckle under the pressure, continuing this impressive charge to take a one-round lead. Mist answers right back to bring us level at 9. Both players are shaking off some rough recent form to stay in this. Mist manages to edge ahead with a slim 10-9 lead. Despite that recent 8-13 loss to him on Mapas, he's looking steady. Total war of attrition this time, but he manages to outlast his opponent for a third straight point. A lightning fast reaction there, and he's staying alive in this contest. He's really fighting to keep this series within reach. Total shutdown on that exchange, leaving him just a single round away from victory. Unbelievable. He secures the match with a perfect shot from the ramp to close it out. He really refused to stay down today, shaking off that loss from earlier and finding a way to close it out. What a fight. Welcome everyone. Lancer and Mist are heading to red line for this match to see who comes out on top. Lancer holds a clear historical advantage in this head-to-head with 820 total wins, and his current form is looking just as strong. It's a sharp contrast to how Mist has been performing lately, which could put the pressure on early here. Mist has climbed ahead, taking a slim 2-1 lead. He's really shaking off those struggles from earlier in the day. The momentum has completely shifted. Mist is on a tier now. The rankings have him as the underdog in this one. Absolute precision from him on that exchange. He's completely taken over this map. Mist is on absolute fire, effortlessly picking him off the ramp to make it 5 in a row. He's simply unstoppable right now, securing another win to keep this incredible run going. Lancer had looked so clean in his match against Glare earlier. Lancer finally gets a response, picking up a win from the ramp. He's definitely feeling the confidence of that 25-11 run today. Mist had the high ground there and made it count. He's really putting a grip on this match. He's fighting a much lower win percentage in his last 10 games. Mist really has a grip on this one, picking him right off the ramp for another quick round. Lancer has maintained a stellar 90% win rate over his last 10 matches, and that confidence is starting to show in how he's responding. It will be interesting to see if he can finally push a comeback against the current lead. Mist takes a solid 8-4 lead into the break. I mean, we expected a tight battle given their map history, but the underdog is putting on a huge display here. He's really controlling the tempo right now. Lancer is starting to close the gap. He's won the last 3 rounds straight, and he's looking much more comfortable now. The top 12 ranking is certainly starting to feel like a factor. He's looking stronger by the second, outdueling his opponent effortlessly for another straight win. What a scramble. Mist barely scrapes through that encounter with a sliver of health remaining. That was an incredibly tight finish. What a scrap! Lancer barely holds on to this exchange to keep the pressure mounting. Mist is still holding a comfortable 3-round advantage. Mist is playing some high-level stuff considering his recent form. Mist is putting on a huge amount of pressure right now, putting Lancer in a real hole. He's clearly finding a way to play out the favorite here. Mist shuts the door on that comeback attempt, picking him off the ramp to put himself in a commanding spot. He is really playing the role of the favorite today. Unreal. He closes it out in style to secure the victory. He just completely defied those odds and the history books in that one. Lancer's gonna be scratching his head after that performance. Welcome to the arena. We've got Lancer taking on Glare today with a favorite looking strong heading into this match. What a scramble. Glare barely scrapes through that fight with almost nothing left in the tank. Lancer needs to wake up after that tough loss to Mist. Lancer generally holds the upper hand in this pairing, winning over half of their historical encounters, and honestly that gives him a huge psychological advantage. We have to wonder if those past successes are weighing on Glare as he manages this early lead. What a fight! Lancer barely survives that exchange to bring the score level. Lancer is completely taking over now, extending his lead and really putting the pressure on. Glare responds quickly here to bring us back to a dead heat. That's a huge shift for someone coming off an 11-21 stretch today. Lancer reclaimed the lead, putting him up by 1. He's really leaning on that 13th spot in our ratings right now. Lancer has been incredibly sharp today, having put together a 24-12 record in the last day. It's a huge contrast to the struggles we've seen from Glare in his recent outings. He's looking very composed right now. Lancer is pulling away, now leading by 2. That's a dominant showing compared to Glare's recent 20% run. We've seen a lot of trading recently, and now we're right back to a 1-round difference. The higher rated player is suddenly feeling a lot of pressure. Lancer and Glare are deadlocked at 6-6. Well, this is pretty much what we anticipated. Glare is punching up and staying steady against the higher ranked player, keeping this set wide open. Fresh start for both players. Lancer edges ahead once more to claim the lead. He's definitely proving his place in that upper half of the ladder. Lancer is finding his rhythm and now holds a 2-round cushion. He's really asserting his dominance after that previous head-to-head blow. Glare is refusing to go away. We've got ourselves a tight contest as the score stays neck and neck. It's a stark contrast to that blowout we saw earlier in their last match. Absolute deadlock at 8 apiece, neither man is budging. He's really pushing back despite that tough loss on the dunes. Unreal. Both players were shredded in that exchange, but he just barely outlasted Glare in a total war. Lancer is officially running away with this 10-8 lead. He's playing with so much confidence right now. Glare claws back, leaving him trailing 10-9. A very tight window for someone sitting outside the top 25. The pace is incredibly fast right now, with these last few exchanges decided in a split second. We are back to a dead heat. Glare is making a real stand here. Both players are trading blows in a high-pressure sequence. Glare has completely shifted the energy here, putting Lancer on his heels for the first time in a while. Unbelievable. He survives the most grueling fight of the map to push Glare to a single round from victory. Complete shot out of a round. We are headed to overtime. That's a huge response to get the series leveled. Lancer is suddenly looking very sharp, putting together a quick pair of wins to get the upper hand in this overtime. This looks a lot like their most recent clash on the dunes. He's just too fast right now, picking up another quick one to extend that streak. A sharp reaction from Glare to shut things down and keep the dream alive. It's getting closer than their previous meeting today. He just barely manages to outlast him in a frantic scramble to put himself on match point. Just a clinical finish to put the pressure back on. Absolutely effortless. Lancer secures the final kill to close out the entire match. He really had to dig deep to get through that overtime. Glare pushed him to the limit today. Hard fought win. Welcome everyone to Fast Aim. We have Mist and Glare stepping up for this match, with Mist entering as the favorite. Mist holds a slight 496, 487 head-to-head advantage over the long term. It's a very tight historical margin, but that psychological edge is clearly helping him right now. We'll see if Glare can shake off this cold start. Unbelievable. Glare manages to claw back a win and clears him off the ramp by a hair. He's looking for his first winning game of the day. Mist is firmly in control at 3-1. Glare really needs to find some answers after those tough losses today. Glare is fighting back hard, now trailing by just one. That rank 30 spot in the ladder is looking a lot more secure right now. Things have completely shifted since the start. Glare has all the momentum right now. Both players fought for the high ground there, but Mist just had the quicker reaction time. His recent run of form is definitely starting to pay off. Absolute chaos there. Mist barely survives that fight from the ramp to push his lead to 5. He's really struggling to put together a consistent run today. Mist holds a slim one-round lead as we head in. That's a massive shift for someone who's been struggling lately. Mist has looked really consistent today with his 25-22 record over the last 24 hours. You can tell he's carrying that confidence into these exchanges. It'll be interesting to see if Glare can find a way to disrupt that pace. Mist takes a commanding 8-4 lead into the break. I mean, this is looking like a complete flip from the pre-match expectations. He's making the most of his 51% win rate on this specific map to put Glare on his heels. Time to see if Glare resets. Mist just extends his lead to 9-4. He's simply outclassing Glare in this one. Glare manages to get a nice read on the opponent and shuts him down on the ramp. A tough stretch for the lower ranked player, but he's showing grit. Glare is really heating up, putting that target on the ramp down for the second time in a row. What a scrap! Mist claws out the victory after a brutal exchange, barely hanging on with a sliver of health. Mist puts the pressure on with a 3-round cushion. He's definitely fighting a steep uphill climb with that rating gap. He's refusing to fold, taking this one completely untouched. The tide is definitely turning for Glare in this second half. Glare puts on a show from the ramp to keep this comeback alive. The composure from Glare right now is seriously impressive. Absolute madness after a frantic back and forth trade. We are completely deadlocked at 10 all. Glare is simply unstoppable right now, picking up another quick victory to move into the lead. Just a total shutdown as he cleans up from the ramp to move within one of the finish line. What a finish! Glare shuts the door on a wild comeback to claim the victory. Absolutely stunning turnaround from someone who's been struggling all day. That 7-round tier completely broke the momentum. What a fight. Welcome to the arena. Lancer and Mist are facing off on Mappas to see who comes out on top today. Lancer holds a solid lifetime lead with a 53% win rate over Mist. Well, that historical advantage seems to be playing a factor early on. The question now is if Mist can avoid falling into a similar rut as his most recent match today. He is simply too fast right now, sweeping through the opening rounds with total control. Mist holds his ground on the ramp, shutting down the momentum shift and getting back in this. That was a fast response to shake off the pressure. Absolute chaos on this exchange, and he manages to claw out a victory despite being nearly depleted. That's a huge swing in momentum right there. Unbelievable. He scrapes through a brutal firefight to even the series. Total deadlock. Now with both sides right back to a square start. Takes the advantage back with a clean exchange. He looks much sharper than in that previous 13-7 defeat. Lancer has been putting up a huge 25-12 record over the last day. It's clear he's carrying that confidence into this match. He's looking incredibly poised right now as he attempts to secure a lead. Quick, decisive win for Mist, who's showing a lot of grit while chasing this lead. He's playing with a much higher level of aggression today. Lancer is comfortably ahead with a 3-round cushion. He's definitely recovering well after that 13-7 defeat earlier today. Lancer takes a 7-5 lead into the break. Honestly, this is playing out exactly as we expected for two evenly matched opponents. Mist is fighting hard, but he needs a stronger start to the second half to bridge this gap. Let's see who finds their rhythm now. What a heart-stopping exchange. Mist barely survives that war of attrition with a handful of health left. He is just refusing to stay down today. Lancer holds a narrow 2-round edge at 8-6. Lancer looks like he's finally shaking off that previous 7-13 loss. Mist earns an effortless win here, continuing to chip away at that lead. The momentum is shifting as he fights back from that early deficit. Wow, what a scramble. He barely walked away from that fight with a sliver of life left. The higher rated player is finally taking control here. He's showing serious tenacity, keeping the pressure on to keep this fight alive. The gap in the ladder rankings is barely showing right now. Lancer extends his lead to 10-8 after that play. It's an interesting battle between two top 20 rated players. Lancer is starting to put some serious distance between himself and Mist here. He's really making the most of his top 15 status. A completely untouched finish puts him on the verge of a victory. Absolute precision in that exchange, practically zero risk taken. And there it is. Lancer secures the final kill to close out the series. He's really dominating this particular rivalry lately. Mist put up a fight but just couldn't close the gap today. Welcome to the match on Dunes. We have Lancer and Glare facing off, with Lancer entering as the favorite here. Lancer has held a steady lead in the head-to-head matchup over the long term. That psychological advantage usually carries over when they face off like this. He's definitely looking to keep that trend alive as they move forward. Another one goes his way, making it a clean sweep for the early lead. The 12 seed is really putting on a show early. And that's a sharp response from Glare, showing some real grit to answer back. It's a tough spot for the underdog to climb out of. Absolutely incredible! Glare barely scrapes through that exchange to tighten the gap. The pressure is really starting to build for the favorite now. What a turnaround. He's completely erased that early deficit to bring things level. Lancer is really feeling the heat from this unexpected surge. A tighter contest this time, but he manages to secure the edge. Lancer has a strong rhythm going with a 24-12 run today. He's completely locked in now, leveling the series with a perfect encounter. Neither player is blinking first right now. Lancer barely edges ahead, clutching a narrow 1-point lead. Lancer is definitely using that higher ladder position to his advantage. What a fight. Both players traded heavy damage in that exchange, but he manages to secure the kill to bring us that even. He puts on a great display of resilience to take a narrow lead just before the break. He's completely in control of the pace right now. Glare takes a 7-5 lead heading into the break. I mean, he's really defying the odds right now. He has struggled significantly on Dunes in the past, but he's proving he can hang with the higher seed. Time to see who settles in. An absolutely crisp shot to open the half, keeping the momentum firmly in his favor. He is completely shaking off the pressure of that favorite tag. Unbelievable. Lancer survives with a single point of health after a total firefight to keep his comeback hopes alive. He keeps his cool in the exchange and finds the winning mark to widen the gap. The gap in their initial rankings is certainly starting to shrink. Glare shuts down the rally, refusing to let Lancer regain any ground. The gap between them and the ladder is looking smaller by the minute. Lancer has been on a tear lately with a strong 24-12 record over the last day. That hot streak is starting to mesh with his overall superiority in this matchup. It will be interesting to see if he can finally translate that form into a lead on the scoreboard. Lancer is simply refusing to quit, securing his third straight round to close the gap. That was an instant win for Glare, who is showing incredible heart to stay in this fight. Lancer is showing some great resolve here, keeping his composure to stay within striking distance. He's putting on a clinic to reclaim the lead, and now he stands just one step away from victory. The odds for this match were quite skewed from the start. What a finish. Glare storms back to close it out and takes the victory. He really stepped up when it counted to dismantle Lancer's dominance today. Just an unbelievable performance from the lower seed. What a fight. Welcome everyone, we have Mist and Glare facing off on red line today to see who comes out on top. Mist actually leads the all-time head-to-head record by a narrow margin. It's clear he's struggling to find his footing today after dropping his previous series to Glare as well. It will be interesting to see if he can flip the script here. Glare is just too quick right now, shutting down Mist's try from the ramp. A bit of a tough stretch for him across the last two series. He's simply in another gear right now, taking total control of this opening set. What a fight. He barely survives that exchange, showing some real grit to claw back into the game. He's fighting to justify that favorite tag after a shaky start. Glare is looking incredibly sharp today, catching him instantly from the ramp. He's really capitalizing on a tough day for Mist. Glare has a massive 5-1 lead heading into this. A really tough run of form for a player normally favored in this spot. Mist is starting to put up a fight, using that ramp to keep Glare from pulling too far ahead. Looking for a bit more consistency since that 8-13 loss to Lancer. Mist holds that high ground on the ramp and secures his second straight point. The momentum is shifting for the player most experts expected to win today. Another clean round for the challenger, who has now taken 3 in a row. This looks like a complete flip of the pre-match script. The momentum swing is halted instantly as Glare gets back in control. Mist has put up a winning record in these matchups over the long term. It's clear those historical advantages aren't translating into points as Glare takes a commanding lead. He needs to find an answer quickly to avoid another setback. Glare holds a tight 7-5 lead as we head to the break. I mean, everything is playing out exactly as anticipated. The favorite is in a comfortable spot though. Mist definitely kept things competitive. Glare is just not letting him breathe, quickly picking Mist off the boxes to extend that lead. He's having a very tough run across his matches today. Tough battle of nerves, but Mist comes through to chip away at that deficit. He really needs to start stringing these together if he wants to close the gap. He takes total control from the ramp to keep this comeback rolling. This is precisely how we expected the favorite to respond. Unbelievable, he's completely erased the deficit to bring this all the way back to a dead heat. What a way to lock in a tie game. A quick response from Glare, putting the pressure back on from the ramp. A very consistent day for a player who usually carries the underdog tag. A brutal back and forth exchange here, and he manages to survive that firefight to lock the score at 9-9. Total stalemate as we move into the final stretch. The climb continues for Mist, who takes a narrow 1-point advantage in this series. He's definitely finding his way back into the server now. Absolutely effortless, he's simply not letting up as the streak hits 3. He's just punishing every single mistake Glare makes right now. A quick answer from Glare to keep things interesting as we move toward the finish. Incredible tenacity, he hangs on by a thread to put himself just 1 point away from victory. He's just refusing to let this match slip away. Lightning fast reaction there as Glare keeps himself in the hunt. That was a ridiculously quick exchange to reset things. Perfectly timed peek from the ramp forces a deadlock at 12-12. Neither player looks to have a distinct edge here. Mist secures a huge point from the boxes, proving he can hold his own under the pressure of overtime. He's finally capitalized on the pressure to put himself in the driver's seat. He's showing incredible resolve keeping the pressure high to extend the lead to 2. He's really finding his footing after a shaky start to the evening. The speed of these exchanges is incredible. Glare is reacting almost instantly to bring this right back to a 1-point game. Glare has all the momentum right now, really starting to seize control of this overtime battle. A very determined performance from the lower rated side of this duo. A fierce exchange of fire, and he comes out on top to put himself just 1 victory away. Just an absolute blur of action from both sides. Absolute perfection to close it out. Glare dominates the finale and secures the series victory. He really had the chance to steal this, but those low HP scrambles just weren't enough for Mist tonight. He's got to be gutted after an effort like that. What a fight. Welcome everyone! Lancer and Mist are stepping into the arena for a close fight to see who takes the win. Lancer holds a significant advantage in their history, winning 53% of their meetings. It's surprising to see him struggle this early since he took their most recent series quite comfortably. I wonder if he can find his footing before this slides away. Lancer is really putting the pressure on, catching Mist right there on the Tetris blocks. Lancer is definitely leaning on that confidence from their last meeting. Mist really capitalized on that height advantage to keep things dead even. He's managed a decent 24-23 run so far today. Mist takes the lead, pushing Lancer into a tough spot. Lancer is certainly feeling the weight of that loss to Glare from earlier. He's just too fast right now, securing his 3rd straight victory. The rating gap between them is minimal, which really shows in these exchanges. Mist is simply on fire, utilizing that ramp to maintain his control over the map. It's a huge shift in momentum for a player currently ranked 21st. And he answers right back with a clean finish to keep the pressure on. He really needs to dig deep here for an upset. What a scrap. Lancer manages to claw out a victory from that chaos to keep his comeback alive. The gap is nearly closed as we head into double digits. Lancer has an impressive 24 wins today, but that high energy isn't quite translating into a lead right now. He's having to fight way too hard for every single round to keep this from sliding. A sharp return for Lancer, keeping the pressure high just before we head into the break. A nice and clean execution to bring things closer. It's 7-5 in favor of Mist heading into the second half. Well, this is exactly the kind of toss-up we expected. Mist is playing a very aggressive style, but Lancer is still within striking distance. Time to see who blinks first. What a scramble. He barely closed this one out after an absolute war on the map. Lancer had to empty the clip just to secure that one. Mist holds a tight 2-round cushion over Lancer. Lancer has the higher rating of the two today. He's refusing to go away, keeping the deficit to a single round. The nail-biting tension is reaching a peak right now. Lancer is simply refusing to back down, fighting his way back to a dead heat. Mist is definitely feeling the pressure now after that strong start. Mist barely holds the edge at 9-8. That was an incredibly quick exchange. Absolutely incredible. Lancer has completely erased the lead to bring us back to a deadlock. A high-stakes tie as we head into the home stretch. Mist sneaks back ahead, taking a 10-9 lead. It's a tough spot for the favorite to be in right now. He's done it. Lancer has completely equalized the map with an incredible show of strength. Complete deadlock as we head into the final stretch. Lancer keeps piling on the wins, taking the lead for the first time since the start. He's playing with a ton of confidence right now. Lancer is absolutely relentless right now, sitting just one round away from a victory. Lancer is completely owning these fast exchanges right now. Mist delivers a sharp response from the Tetris, keeping the game alive. The underdog is fighting through a brutal spot right now. What a finish to the regulation phase. He completely shuts it down to force an overtime tiebreaker. Both are fighting for every inch in this overtime scramble. What a statement from Lancer. He just completely outclasses his opponent to seize the advantage. Lancer looked completely composed in that exchange. He's just too strong right now, walking away from that exchange without taking any damage. He's definitely proving why he entered this duel as the favorite. Lancer is simply on another level right now, putting himself just one step away from closing the door. He stays completely untouched in this sequence, refusing to let the series slip away. Timely stop to keep things interesting here. Absolute madness. Lancer survives a brutal exchange and digs deep to finally close this out. He really had to fight for every inch of that map, especially with those low health scraps. Talk about a grind, what a fight. Welcome to the Berserk League. We have Lancer and Glare facing off on Italy to see who comes out on top. Lancer has historically won 56% of their head-to-head encounters, showing a clear edge in their overall rivalry. It's interesting to see that Glare is currently the one carrying the momentum after winning their most recent duel. We'll see if that confidence holds up as the set progresses. Glare is comfortably in the lead with a 2-1 cushion. He's showing some of that higher ranking on the ladder right now. Lancer has completely flipped the script, erasing that early deficit to tie things up. His higher ranking is starting to manifest in these exchanges. Glare pulls ahead by 1 in a tense clash. What a scramble. Lancer survives by a hair to bring the series level. Lancer is definitely playing like the favorite right now. Lancer takes the lead, moving ahead 4-3. The momentum is shifting back to the... A total shutdown of the opponent as he continues to rack up the wins. Lancer seems to be shaking off that recent loss to Glare. Absolute chaos there, and Lancer manages to scrape through with just 14 health to keep this run alive. He's definitely looking more like the top 12 guy right now. He is simply refusing to let up, racking up a 5th straight win. He's really starting to make that rating difference felt. Total shutout. He's simply outclassing everyone right now as we head toward the midway point. Lancer takes an 8-4 lead into the break. I mean, everything is playing out exactly as we thought it would. He's just too strong right now, especially after that long streak of 6 rounds. Let's see if Glare wakes up. Lancer has been putting up some huge numbers today. We have a 24-12 record over the last day. It's a bit surprising to see him struggle here, considering how dominant he's looked in his other matches. He needs to reclaim the pace quickly if he wants to avoid another collapse. Lancer is just runaway now, sitting on a huge 10-5 cushion. That was a lightning fast trade for the round win. Lancer just won't let up, putting another notch in his win streak. A completely different story than that last meeting on the duels. Glare finally picks up a point, finding his mark on the wine. He managed to find an opening there for the first time in a while. Lancer answers back immediately, putting himself on the verge of victory. The skill gap is just far too wide for this to be close. Unbelievable. He shuts the door completely to close out the match. He just looked completely untouchable today, making it look like those previous losses to Glare were just a fluke.